Run. I knew I had no choice but run. Even at such a dark night, I must try my best to escape from this misty forest. With a flurry of wind whistling past my ears and my gorgeous dress being torn by grass, there was no time to pay attention to my messy blonde hair and wine-scraped skin. The golden crown slipped from my hair, and I took off all the magnificent pearl accessories on my body just to run faster. My heavy breathing almost drowned all my thoughts, and my mind kept flashing through the scenes of being treated indifferently during this period of time. I didn't know what I did wrong, but I could clearly feel that run away from here was my only way to survive. Survive from the endless indifference and the coming assassination. A few days ago, I saw a maid in the kitchen poisoning my meal, and I was kidnapped to the edge of a cliff, almost fell off. All of the maids and members of the pack ignored me and disrespected me before. Fine, I could handle it, but now they even wanted to kill me. When I tried to tell my husband all this, he just gave me a cold eyes. If I stay here, death must be my ultimate end. I tried my best to hold back my tears by biting lips and ran forward. Just when the exit showed in my sight and I was about to cross the boundary, the roar of vicious wolves suddenly sounded around. Rumbling footsteps with hellish fire coming together almost made me dizzy. Opposite me was a group of men with torches. They stopped my only way to leave. I stopped, pretending to be calm. "Get out my way! I'm your Luna." "Who said you're the Luna of the Blood Moon Pack?" In the next instant, a familiar voice came from the darkness. I couldn't help but frown, as if my heart was hit by a stone. With the light of the torch, a well-built figure in a black robe gradually came into my eyes, those turquoise pupils and strong aura catching my attention. It's my husband, the Alpha of the Blood Moon Pack, Marcus Smith. "You choose to run away after you did such a cruel thing to Cora. Bess Cooper, you disappoint me." He was standing right in front of me, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, looking at me. This was the first time Marcus called me with my full name. Obviously, he was mad at me, but why? I took a step forward, very confused. "What you're talking about? What happened to Cora?" Marcus sneered to me when Cora Cooper Walker over to him. I just noticed that my twin little sister was also here. He turned his head to look at Cora with so tender eyes, which really made me sad. Cora covered her face, leaning on Marcus, looks very pitifully. "My hero Alpha, you shouldn't be so mean to my sister. She is my family, and I don't believe she is the one who hurt me." Perhaps that maid had identified the others as Bess, hurting Cora? Someone please tell me what's going on here. Marcus, I'm not. Save your words. A maid saw you ruin Cora's face with witchcraft, and now you try to run away, you vicious bitch. Marcus interrupted me, immediately tied me up with a rope and dragged me away, as if I'm a livestock. His strength forced me to stagger, while my tattered dress kept hooking the branches, and every step I took, the branches sticking an inch into my skin. "You cannot do this to me. I'm your mate. I'm your wife." I shouted loudly, but turned out no one paid any attention to my words. "You're not," he shouted at me back. "You lied to me. You're never my mate, Cora is." Everyone around me must regard me as a joke. It seemed that from this moment on, I was no longer their Luna. Tattered dress was covered in mud, and he finally let go of me until we reached the sacrificial square. It didn't take long before I was taken to the fire stand in the sacrificial square. Marcus pushed me to the ground rudely. At that moment, some hot sparks blooming in front of my eyes. "Alpha, everything is in place." A young subordinate was holding an iron sheet burning in the fire. Flames keep swaying under the wind while a strong sense of fear spread through me. Marcus gazed me coldly. "Torture her, then mark her." I was completely puzzled. "Let me go. I did nothing wrong." "You ruined Cora's face. You deserve this." Again, I was stunned, because I had no idea what he meant. Cora cried faintly. Her thin body was shaking. "Bess, half of my face is a bloody mess." With that, she took off her veil. Half of her face was scarred. I couldn't believe how messed up her pretty face had become. At this moment, I finally understand why I was treated like this. Cora's face was ruined, so my face was going to be ruined too, just to make it up to her. That's unfair. Because of the maid who testified, Marcus must be absolutely sure that I was the one who hurt Cora. But I didn't. It's important for me to defend myself, but now, at the moment, what I cared about more was why Marcus and she seemed so intimate. In the past few weeks, Marcus never showed in my sight. This was also the first and only time I got the chance to speak to him. My gaze turned to Cora's side, and when she noticed my eyes, she immediately cried and said, "Alpha, please let it go. Being alienate or hated by Bess will make me suffer for a lifetime. Just don't hurt Bess. Even if I can't recover my face, she must pay for what she had done." Marcus looked at Cora so tenderly. He kissed her face, touched her, and comforted her. It seemed that she was his treasure. However, I was his wife instead. Was he going to abandon me and stay with Cora? Fear and anxiety kept coming out of me. I couldn't help thinking about how epic I and Marcus were. "Marcus, don't do that to me. You know I love you, and I will never hurt anyone like this. You know that." Once again, I defended myself. "Do I?" he asked me back. Such a simple sentence was enough, making my heart ache. The next moment, he squatted down in front of me and reached out his hand to pinch my chin tightly. "Yes, your face was indeed gorgeous and beautiful, but your heart does not match it." His every word was hitting me badly. "There must be some misunderstanding, I can explain. Someone had tried to poison me before, which means there is a lurking enemy. Maybe that's the one who hurt Cora, and we should find." "Enough," he interrupted me harshly. "The last thing you should do is hurting Cora. You ruined her face. I'll make you pay with yours." Marcus let go of his hand holding my chin and took a step back. Then, the hot iron sheet with the mark of slave gradually enlarged in my pupils. Held firmly by his subordinates, even if with struggled and screamed, I still unable to resist. Marcus's cold voice sounded, "Swallow all the bitterness for your sin. You evil woman deserve it." Trying to grab his black robe with my panic look, but he backed off coldly. Helplessness swallowed me up. My hand was shaking as I reached for him. "No, Marcus. No. No, Marcus, please. Please don't do that to me." His subordinates had me pinned down to the ground, grabbing my shoulders, trying my best to struggle away, but it didn't work except hurt myself. Seeing the hot iron sheet getting closer and closer to my face, the new subordinate who executed the punishment panicked a little, confirmed to Marcus, "Alpha, after doing this, I'm afraid that Luna's face cannot recover forever. Do it now." Marcus didn't even look at me. He was so cold and cruel. Cora glanced at me and suddenly said, "Although Bess has lost most of the witch power, as long as she secretly uses it, it was not impossible for her to resist the pain." Her words seemed to remind Marcus. He came to me, roughly grabbing my blonde long hair, forcing me to look up at him. "You are not allowed to use any witch power to resist any pain. Clearly feel the pain of skin being burned till you desperate." Tears welled up in my eyes, but I would never let them fall. I am Bess Cooper, the most powerful witch in the Cooper family, with my own pride. Secretly playing tricks was never my faith. "I just need a reason," he sneered. "How about you tell me first what truth you've been hiding?" "What truth?" Without hearing my answer, he continued, "You claimed you saved me a few years ago and conceived a child for me, but the child died after birth. I did not expect that these are your lies. You have been deceiving me. The one who saved me and had a baby for me was never you. It was Cora." Deeply shocked by his words, my whole body was shaking. It's ridiculous he think that person was Cora. Moreover, at this moment, Cora did not refute anything. There must be a misunderstanding. "Marcus, I have never lied to you." Sat on the wet ground, I couldn't help but frown. He took a string of wolf bones from Cora's hand, which enough to pull my mind back to the past. After my child died, the wolf bones disappeared. At that time, I was suffering from the loss of my child, and there was no energy left for me to think about where the token was. Now, the token was brought back by Cora. "This is what I prepared for my children," Marcus said. "It has been kept by the child's mother, and Cora has it." "You can't conclude I didn't give a baby to you just with a token," I shouted. "Cora has more than this token. She also has my child." After he finished, the night wind swept over my already hurt heart. "That's impossible." Marcus sat down on the chair in front of me, letting Cora sit on his lap. "I have seen the child. His appearance is almost the same as mine, and the wolf inside him is connected to my blood. It's impossible. Our child was indeed dead." My thoughts were suddenly confused. His eyes were full of anger and disappointment. Stop lying, just admit it. Surrounded by everyone from the Blood Moon Pack, this kind of too quiet atmosphere makes me feel extremely horrible. The fire stand beside me was getting hotter and hotter, and Marcus seemed tired of exposing my lie. He ordered his subordinates to tie me to the tree, not with rope, but with iron chains this time. My hands and feet were locked in shackles, like a prisoner waiting to be executed. This was a great humiliation to the Luna. But I didn't have any extra thoughts to consider the humiliation. At this moment, my witch power was suppressed. Biting the bullet and enduring the pain was the only thing I could do. After a while, a subordinate held my face with his hands, and I asked Marcus one last time, "Are you surely going to do this to me?" He held Cora. Looks like he only cared about her and didn't care how I feel and whether I hurt or not. When you hurt Cora and lied to me, you should have known this day would come. A string of tears finally fell on my face. No matter how much I said, it would not change anything. I just felt hurt. In the next moment, a hot iron sheet was directly stamped on my face. The feeling of skin and flesh being burned was as if my heart was dug out alive. It was like I was being thrown into a raging fire, like my organs were being ruthlessly torn apart, like every layer of my skin has been cut off slowly with a knife. The pain nearly knocked me out. The pain made me prefer to die. The hiss sounded around my ears clearly, which was the only thing that pulls my last nerve. Obviously, one time was not enough. The slave mark on the iron sheet didn't seem to burn on my face successfully, so the subordinates started the second action. My tied hands clung to the trunk behind me, and my nails got stuck in the bark. I take this method to relieve pain because I didn't want to moan at all. I was the Luna of the Blood Moon Pack. Even if be punished, it's not for me to cry for mercy like a slave. My sight fixed on Marcus's face, wishing he could believe me. From the Cooper family to the Blood Moon Pack, too much of mine has been sacrificed. But I never felt wrong. However, now, look what he's done to me. He didn't even give me a look when I was tortured like this. I was innocent, and one day, he would regret what he did to me today. The second burning sensation did not diminish at all. I felt as if my features had blurred and distorted. Olive wounds were on my face, but it seemed like every joint I had was crushed by a boulder. There were many ugly scars on my face. After 2 hours' torture, the Blood Moon Pack's slave mark was printed on my face finally. At this moment, people were talking and laughing, but no one cared about my bleeding face. Finally, fire and light disappeared from my eyes. I fainted in the endless pain with a line of tears. 1 day later. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The endless pain didn't numb my senses with the sound of the clock pointer. The only thing I could feel was hellish pain. It's hard to move my body. Even breathing could cause intense pain. Marcus's indifferent eyes and merciless words kept flashing in my mind, which were the point that indeed hurt me. The first second I opened my eyes, it was a white wall that's showing in my eyes. With a slow blink, a face exactly like me appeared above my line of sight. This must be an illusion after my death. Just thought that a mirror appeared in front of me, accompanied by a complacent voice. "Oh, Bess, look at you, so ugly." It's Cora's voice. Cora held the mirror and looked at me with a condescending expression, full of disdain. And I, looking at that ugly face in the mirror, frowned involuntarily. Turns out it's me mistakenly took her face as my own. Wait. Something was wrong. Cora's face didn't have any scars. She was as beautiful as ever. Your face? Is your face recovered? My instinct told me things were not going simple. Even if Marcus found a quick cure for her, it was impossible to recover exactly the same as before in such a short period of time. Maybe that's my conspiracy theory, but some terrifying ideas do emerge in my mind. Cora put down the mirror and looked at me with a sarcasm smile. My face has never get injured. I have always been so beautiful. You're even dumber than I thought you'd be. Lying on the bed, my fingers twitching, you made up these lies to deceive Marcus just for ruining my face. Stupid sister, you finally figured it out, she said, sitting leisurely on the chair. So you hate me. Why? Anger took over my thoughts. I just wanted to stand up and slap her. Since childhood, I have spoiled you, took care of you, and protected you. The last thing I would have expected was to be set up by you. Even if Cora never cared about the kindness I gave her before, at least she won't bite me in turn. But it turned out that I was wrong. My mate, my husband, was seduced by her, and my face was branded with the mark of a slave. If Cora hadn't told the truth herself, I would never believe that she would do such a cruel thing. At this moment, Cora was holding the token wolf bone and fiddled with it. No wonder Marcus believed in her. After all, everyone knew that I and her were sisters. Could sisters hurt each other? No one would believe she set me up. Furthermore, Cora had Marcus's child. While my eyes were attracted by the floating curtains, my thoughts gradually drifted past. Before I married Marcus, we were inseparable. We shared all the secrets and emotions, like the closest sisters in the world, like we could give everything to each other. But look now, how stupid I am. Bess, your fault is that you always doing great always takes all the praise. Whether in the Cooper family or the Blood Moon Pack, everyone praises you. They respect you, admire you, and obey you. But what about me? I have nothing, and you have everything. Listening to her, I just felt suffocated. It's not because you should enjoy all of this, but because you stole mine. You deliberately suppressed me in everything. You are too bad. You disgust me. With a bitter smile, I gradually closed my eyes. Cora hated me so much. As a child of the Cooper family, the most powerful witch family, everyone told me to try hard to not shame the family, so I tried my best to practice witchcraft, tried to establish good relationships with everyone, and tried to maintain my family status. But I didn't expect that all of what I did became a kind of targeting and suppression in her eyes. Since you hate me so much, there is nothing to say between us. Betrayed without warning by my own sister, if I could, I would use my witchcraft to teach her a hard lesson about what is family. So regretful about what I've done for her. She was not an innocent and kind little sister, but an evil. Cora stood up and sneered at me. She approached me and said in my ear, "Bess, you have no right to be angry, because you are just a dispensable slave of the Blood Moon." She was referring to the slave mark on my face. I retorted with august voice, "A slave mark does not mean I am a slave. I am still the mate of Marcus and the Luna of the Blood Moon Pack. Watch your words and attitude. Save it. I am afraid of you at all." Cora said, "I don't want to come to see you either. Every time I see you I feel sick, not to mention that you are so ugly now." "Then go. Get out." I tried to maintain a calm tone. "Don't worry." Cora looked down at me and patted my face. Her movements aggravated my pain. "What do you want?" Through the look in her eyes, it's certain that she has other tactics. She sneered. "It's time for you to give up the title of Luna." "What?" To be honest, for the 1 second, I was shocked. Something deadly showing in her eyes, she came to my side, crushing a flower near my bed with a wry smile. "You know what? Killing you is too easy. Maybe tomorrow your skin will be torn off from your scalp to toe. Every inch of your body will be cut and stitched again and again. Or I can just trap you with the hungry beast in a cage, watching you fight to die. Obey me or resist me. Choose." The moment she finished, it rained outside. What a perfect match that the gloomy weather and her vicious expression, windows were hit by rain desperately, making this room even more deadly silence. And the moment of two eyes met, I made up my mind, what if I say no? What if I say no? Wrapped by betrayal, helpless in rage, trapped by Cora's tricks and this suffocating room, I would never choose to be an obedient lamb. She wanted to take over all I have, screw her. "Your words means nothing to me unless Marcus says it himself." Looking at her face, it was impossible for me to calm down. Stupid. Endless contempt showing on her face. "Don't you get it? It's Alpha who wants to abandon you. He wants you to break your marriage vows in public. That's why I'm here." Momentarily, astonishment took up all my mind. Marcus wanted to abandon me. Did he truly no longer admit that I was his mate? For the wolf pack, loyalty was paramount. Once a marriage vow was made, they must abide by it for the rest of their lives. And if one party broke the marriage vow first, it would be a serious crime of betrayal and would inevitably be expelled. That's why he asked me to break the marriage vow. He just wanted me to be thrown away like trash. Every one of the Blood Moon Pack already regarded me as a vicious bitch. They didn't care about giving me another charge, do they? The rain outside the window was getting heavier and heavier, while my heart was bleeding hard. As I said, I don't believe you. I pretended to be calm, but my whole body was shaking. I won't break my marriage vows. If I did, wouldn't that be an admission that I did all the bad things? But I didn't. Cora set me up all of this. Back in the old days, while studying witchcraft in the Cooper family, she would pretend to be me to accept what should be my honor and wear a pathetic look in order to let me exchange identities with her. She was just a child who wanted to get attention. Everyone took this to defend her, and no one knew she was addicted. Thinking about it now, what I regret most was not revealing her true face at that time. She was obsessed with taking everything from me. Even now, her bad habits have not been corrected. See, not only did she steal my husband, but she also conceived a child for him. How ridiculous. As if my insistent refusal had angered Cora, she grabbed me by the chin, and the pain spread to every cell in my body, making me feel what it would be like when 1,000 knives plunged into my skin and stirred at once. Are you crazy? Stubbornly clutching the sheets, trying to ease my pain. She wanted to irritate me and torture me, but she laughed and said, "If you don't break your marriage vows in public, I swear I'll torture you in 1,000,000 times with more vicious ways than this." Anger spread all over me, but all I could do was to lie in bed. Trust me, if you don't do what I told you, you'll definitely regret it. Her vicious expression really made me feel strange. I couldn't help thinking, why couldn't Marcus see such an evil side of her? Why did he sleep with her and let her be pregnant? Pregnant. That child. When the word child crashed into my mind, doubts could not help but come from the deep parts of my heart. For some reason, I still didn't believe Cora was pregnant with Marcus's child. Thought about it for a moment, and I said, "You're right. The only way I can live is to listen to you. I'll break my marriage vows in public, but there is one condition." The firm application appeared in my eyes. Cora thinks she's already won, so she didn't stop me from saying it. 1 more month is enough. After 1 month, I will keep my promise to break my marriage vows in public. Taking this month to find out what was going on with that child is the last thing I want to do. Maybe the child did exist, then after a month, I could cut off all my feelings for Marcus straightly. But maybe the child didn't exist at all. It's all about to fight for myself, a chance to pierce Cora's lies about her ruined face. Just as Cora was about to say something, Marcus pushed the door in. My eyes turned to his face instantly. Cora immediately used witchcraft to disfigure her face and went to stand next to him, looking pitiful. "There's no need to talk to this murderous woman anymore," Marcus said coldly, "and also no need to visit her. But Bess is lonely here." Cora had restrained her arrogance and domineering, acting completely like an obedient lamb. Listening to her words, all I feeling was sick. Why would anyone can play both sides of character so well? Marcus kissed her forehead. "Cora, don't your waste kindness to this kind of woman. Let's go. I promised Eden. We gonna accompany him to play later." Eden? That must be the name of their child. Cora, however, shook her head. "Alpha? Anyway, you and Bess are still married. Would it invite gossip if anyone else saw us playing with Eden?" With that, she looked at me and continued, "Or I can give Eden to Bess. As long as you're happy and Eden is taken care of, I will be happy too." My hands were pulling on the sheets. Didn't expect that one day I would feel so disgusted of my own sister. It seems that she can act as an innocent victim anytime, anywhere. Marcus embraced her gently, saying tenderly, "You're my only love and Eden's only mother. A whore like her doesn't deserve Eden." But Bess would be very sad. Cora was acting so pathetic. I don't care whether she's sad or not. Besides, she deserves it after what she had done. Every word of Marcus was hitting me. I fought back tears, never believing that this was something the man I loved so much would say. For a moment, the rain sound stopped, and all my courage was mustered up. "Marcus, break our marriage vows? Is this what you want?" With one last bit of hope and expectation, I was waiting for the answer of Marcus. All good things of the past lingering in my mind, there were expectations for the man I loved deeply. We've been married, and in such deeply loved for 3 years. He knew only too well how much I've suffered from the witch family to the blood moon pack. He knew I'm not the bad one. After we had been through so much together, I didn't believe he would abandon me so cruelly. All of these wouldn't fall apart just because of Cora, which was I kept telling myself. However, silence filled the room, quiet as death. After the rain stopped, it seemed that my breathing also stopped. Lying on the bed, I staring at Marcus, nervous feelings swallowed me. Yes, can't wait you to break the marriage vows. Just the thought of us still being married makes me sick. Marcus looked at me with so cold eyes, looking around for a while, and took a step forward me. A vicious person like you don't deserve to be my wife. You don't even deserve to live. There was a sharp contrast of he treated me and Cora, reminding me every minute that everything has changed. Why did he believe her so much, but didn't give me a chance to explain? I thought, maybe you'll tell me you don't want to abandon me and it's all a lie. My voice gradually dwindled. There are indeed lies, but it's all your lies. The temperature of his aura dropped again. The most unbearable thing is that you deceived me for 3 years. In the past 3 years, I don't even know how many lies you told to me. Maybe you never loved me. You must break your marriage vows to make up for me. But I never lied to you. Why don't you believe me? Frowning, I didn't know what I should do to make him believe me. You don't deserve my trust. His voice was full of anger, staring at me with his turquoise eyes, invisibly showing a kind of threat. Honestly, I really want to gouge out your eyes and sew up your mouth, but Cora begged me a mercy for me. You'd better break your marriage vows immediately. Otherwise, I swear I will tear you apart. My whole body was shaking. It seems that the next second I would cry. She walked up to him, took his arm gently, showing a peaceable expression. Alpha King, please don't be so harsh with Bess. She must be very frustrated because of your words. I don't want to see my sister unhappy. Marcus touching her face gently and kissed on her forehead. Sweetheart, not everyone is as kind as you. Bitch as her deserves that. Seeing Marcus and Cora getting so close, my heart seemed to be bleeding, and before I could recover from sad mood, his cold voice came out again. Break your marriage vows in public now, or I will drag you out. The last thing I would do was break my marriage vows. Perhaps in my heart there was still a glimmer of positive hope for the relationship between me and him, as long as I could fight some time for myself to solve the misunderstanding. After all, I still didn't want to leave this man I have loved for many years. Clenched my fist and made up my mind, I said firmly, I only ask you to stay with me for 1 more month, and I'll break my vows after that. He sneered and pinched my chin vigorously. You have no right to negotiate with me. Then you'll never see the day I break my vows. I mustered up all my courage, looking at him so determinedly. Perhaps my words would irritate him again, but I had try. The corners of his mouth twitched because of my firm words and expression, and there was a death-threatening stare in his eyes. But in the end, I won. Deal. You'd better piss off after a month. If you dare play any tricks, you will be stripped alive by me. After finished, he put his arms around Cora and left the room. Turning my eyes to look at the world washed by that heavy rain outside the window. Everything seemed to usher in a new life, but all I was left just lost and helpless. After an hour, it wasn't long after I fall asleep, enduring pain, a fat maid woke me up roughly. Get up, you whore! Shock and fear came at me all at once, and I consciously curled up and clung to the blanket. What's wrong? Leave here now! Lady Cora has arranged another room for you. This fat maid was so mean, roughly yanking the blanket away from me. She dragged me off the bed. I almost fell over from her rude action, holding on to the table, barely steady. I'm not going anywhere. You can go. The fat maid laughed mockingly, shaking the blanket in front of me. You're not in charge. With that, she pushed me out of the room, locking it, and motioned for me to follow her. Long corridors, one after another, the outside air relaxes my tight nerves for a moment. Soon I realized where I would be taken. The destination must be Marcus's chambers. For 1 second, smile appeared on my face. Maybe there's still a chance for me and him. But lucky was not for me. Turned out the dark, damp basement was where I stay. Only 10 minutes of relaxation, then I was stuffed back into hell again. The fat maid clapped her hands to bring me back to my senses. You will live here from now on. Don't play tricks. With the sound of the door slamming, I was left alone in the basement. After standing in dumb silence for a while, the ray of light thrown in drew me towards the only small window here. Next moment, the figures of Marcus, Cora, and Eden appeared in my line of sight. Outside was the gazebo and the garden, where rabbits and squirrels jumped from time to time, and Eden was busy with catching bugs to scare Cora, while Cora ducked behind Marcus. What a harmonious family. If my child was alive, he was as old as Eden. Then this harmonious picture should belong to me and Marcus. Kept stepping back until my back hit the wall and fell to the ground. Smiling bitterly, shouting, beating my chest, endless grievances dragged me to the grave. Such a damn fate. Just as I thought about it, the fat maid returned. She unlocked the door of the basement, stood in the shadows, and threw me a rag and bucket. Clean Alpha's room in half an hour. If there's a speck of dust, I'll take your ugly face to wipe it off. With a pale face, I picked up the rag and bucket and followed her to Marcus's room. It was not a long distance, and when I stepped into his room, all that showing in my eyes were Cora's belongings. For a second, I was stunned. This was once a paradise for him and me, but now it's been invaded by that evil woman. I didn't notice that the fat maid had left the room. My eyes only looked round and round in the room, trying to find something about me here. But there was nothing. Nothing. Clenched my hands into fists, and the intense anger even made me dizzy. Cora really intended to expel me from Marcus's world, determined to erase the traces of my existence. Just because of her jealousy of me, she planned to take everything from me. Why would I have such a vicious sister? There seems to be a fire in my heart, with anger fire. All of Cora's belongings on the table was slammed by me. Go to hell. No one can hear my yelling now, but I did wish someone could. I had always been the one who gives tolerance and forgiveness. It seems that people have forgotten that I'm also a living person. I felt things too. When I was about to throw away all these broken items, a gust of wind blew the wind chime hanging by the bed, bringing out a crisp sound, which caught my attention. That was a wedding gift from Cora. She told me to hang this wind chime by the bed. Thinking of the past, the nausea swept over me again. Tear off the wind chimes. I didn't want to see it again. However, just when I touched this wind chime, a burning power stings my hand. Some horrifying thoughts came out of my mind because what I felt was the most dark witch power. Not only that, it was also an evil witchcraft that can inhibit the birth of new life. Preventing me from conceiving Marcus's child, my eye pupils enlarged at this moment because of shock, and I took 2 steps back with my shaking body. I couldn't believe the truth I was facing. The truth that she's been planning to hurt me for a long time. How heartbreaking. Since 3 years ago, Cora has taken this wind chime to hurt me invisibly. She must have hated me to the bone to come up with such a ruse to stop me from conceiving a child. Thanks to her, after I lost my first child, I still haven't been able to conceive a baby for Marcus, only because of this wind chime covered in evil dark witch power. Sitting down gradually against the wall, anger filled my expression. Just in time, Cora came in. She was wearing a gorgeous dress and a beautiful chignon, but in my eyes, she was extremely ugly. Seeing me sitting in this room and how mess here wasn't enough to surprise her. She calmly poured herself a glass of red wine and walked towards me. Wow, impressive. She moved a cushioned chair, sat in front of me, with so laid-back expression. Luck for me to see you lose such a bad temper. You know what? I know it's you keep preventing me from getting pregnant. My fist clutched my dirty skirt tightly, anger filling in my eyes. Try me again. You're gonna die badly. I have no idea what you're talking about. Seems like you've gone crazy. She shook the red wine in the glass, then poured it directly over my head. Anger prompted me to regain my strength, and as soon as I raised my hand to slap her, a loud slapping sound came out. It was me who was being slapped. Cora stood up. Trash! Don't try to fight me, or you will die badly. She returned what I said to her, not admitting the trick of wind chimes, then left here leisurely. Maybe that's why Marcus would trust Cora. She'd become a liar that barely needn't think twice before telling a perfect lie. Standing up against the wall slowly, dragging my tired body and heart went out. Suddenly, a furious voice came into my ears, accompanied by Marcus's extremely angry face. I had to admit that even though he was full of anger, I couldn't help showing a smile at the moment I saw him. Marcus? Get out! He interrupted me after I just called his name. It's Cora keeps stopping me. In order not to be pregnant with my child, you have used dark witch power for these 3 years. Again, he interrupted me, and I was shocked. So much. Sure enough, the truth of the matter was reversed again. Cora must have lied to Marcus about this thing, prompting him to trouble me. Cheating on me and ruining Cora's face is not enough to satisfy your evil desires? Now, you even want to set her up. It's you don't want to conceive a baby for me, but you plan to blame her all of these. His eyes were bloodshot and body was shaking with intense anger. Listen to me. Things are not what you think, I can explain. I tried to take his hand, frowning and pleading. Don't be. Marcus stepped back, shook his head slowly. If it wasn't Cora come to tell me this, I am afraid you have successfully lied to me again. Why can't you trust me for once? Tears in my eyes helplessly surrounded me. But he just kept step back, pointing me with his finger, shouted, You want to stay here? Suit yourself and rot yourself here. He turned and left decisively, without even listening to my defense. So helpless, so weakness. Crouching down slowly, and I buried my head between my knees, finally burst into sobs. Day by day, Marcus didn't come back to his room anymore. Maybe because I never left. The fat maid didn't come to urge me back to the basement. It seems that the maids knew that Marcus and I had an argument in this room, and this was my new gorgeous prison. Muddled from sleep and wakefulness, only gray and silence remain in my world. Scenes of Marcus and Cora playing with Eden were often in my sight, which was she deliberately wanted me to see. She wanted to torture me in this way, to proclaim her victory. These days, I have been sleeping on the floor of Marcus's room. My joints hurt, so does my heart. Sometimes maids would pass this splendid room and cast a scornful look at me. It seemed like I am not only an abandoned person, but also a sinner. There were bright flowers and dense trees outside, but something seemed to bind my feet, making me dare not even took one step out. On this day, the whispers of the maids came back to me. Does she think she can change Alpha's mind by staying in his room? She's just acting pathetic. Unfortunately, no one buys it. Seriously, I didn't know that she was a liar before, and she was so vicious that she actually ruined Lady Cora's face. That was her blood sister. No wonder all the people hate her. You're right, she doesn't deserve to be our Luna. She disappointed us too much. Shame on the Blood Moon pack, wicked bitch. All kinds of bad words reached my ears every day. All I had to do was to get used to it, pretending didn't care and living my life. Day by day, time was slowly devouring my soul. I curled up on the ground, shaking my body as the night wind suddenly strengthened. Opening my eyes slightly, a familiar figure gradually approached me. Marcus? I tried to stand up, and a strong smell of alcohol also swept over me. Are you drunk? I walked to him, but without any response, his warm hand wrapped around my waist, and heavy breaths puffed on my face immediately. Next second, he pushed me down in the bed, pressed against, and kissed me, domineering, a sudden kiss. His fierce kiss even made me dare not to open my eyes, but his scent was so familiar to me. God knows how much I missed the feeling of being hugged by him, being kissed by him. I couldn't help but hug and kiss him back, with a delicate sound. Marcus. Pah! A loud slap came out in the next instant. It was him that slapped me. That made me open my eyes right away, frowning and gazing at the man who was on top of me. For a moment, the breeze around this room seemed to freeze because of his actions. Thoughts drifted back a long time ago when Marcus treated me as his treasure. He would kiss me, hug me, and make me feel that I was cherished. But look at now. The only thing he would do is took over my body rudely. He would never give me any kind of gentleness anymore. After his desire was satisfied and tired, he finally let go of me. The pain in my whole body made me more awake. Hugged him slightly, I missed the warmth on his body. Even if be humiliated by him, I still couldn't give up my love for him. His warm breath struck my neck time to time. Just as I wanted to touch his face, he said vaguely, Cora, I love you. As if suddenly struck by lightning, my hand froze. Cora? He called Cora. This is really torturing me in the hellish means. Putting on my tattered clothes hurriedly, I rushed out of the room embarrassed. There was no place for me. Perhaps that dark and damp basement was where I should stay. If I didn't leave there with the fat maid, maybe I wouldn't be hurt tonight. Standing in the deserted corridor and slowly squatting down, I tried my best to hold back the tears. Suddenly, a ball rolled to my feet. "Madam, can you please throw the ball to me?" A childish boy's voice sounded in the corridor across from me. He grabbed my attention, looked at him. My heart trembled suddenly. It's Eden with blue eyes and short brown curly hair. Eden seemed a little surprised the moment he saw my face, because I and his mother, Cora, were twins. I didn't answer him, but stared at him blankly. After a while, he trotted over to pick up the ball by himself and looked at me. "Madam, the corridors at night are a bit scary, but no ghosts. Don't cry." Because of his kind words, I was stunned. "Do you know who I am?" "Yes." "Aren't you afraid of me or hate me?" The entire Blood Moon pack hated me, as if only my death can clear my charge. Eden shook his head. His fleshy face looked particularly innocent. "No, I'm not." Staring at this pure child, my eyes were moist. "Don't cry." He touched my face lightly. His eyes were extremely sincere. "My nurses always talk about you, so I know you. You're my mother's sister, so you're my family too. If you do something wrong, madam, just correct it. My dad taught me that." My hurt heart was warmed by him, and I couldn't help but touch his head. "You are such an angel." However, just the moment I touched him, a strange and strong feeling came from my heart. It seems that there was an invisible connection between me and Eden. At the moment, I almost lost my mind. Why could I feel the strong blood connection with him? Suddenly, I had my doubts about Eden's origins. It's reasonable to assume that in a witch family, only parents and children have this strong connection. Just as I was about to ask more questions, there was already a nanny across the street looking for him. Eden scurried away to avoid trouble with the nanny for me. As I watched his back, my desire to have a child grew stronger. Besides, I had to figure out why there was this feeling between him and me. The night grew darker. This was the easiest time to sneak out. In the Cooper family, each witch was recorded by a specific ghost lady when she gave birth, and all I had to do was go back to the Cooper family and find that ghost lady to figure out if there was something hidden about Eden's origins. It took nearly 2 hours. Perhaps because I had used up my luck on the thing of finding the ghost lady, Cora caught me just as I was returning to the Blood Moon pack. She had 5 wolves behind her and looked hungry. "Bess, where have you been?" I even breathed carefully, stepping backwards. At the same time, the 5 wolves were approaching me, howling and opening their mouths. God, they were going to eat me! "These wolves don't reason with you like I do." Cora smiled sinisterly, stepping closer to me. "Tell me where you've been. I might consider keeping you alive." "I'm just going for a walk." I pretended to calm, but inside I was very panicked. Honestly, I'm a little bit scared of her, because I didn't know what other crazy things she would do. "Since you don't want to talk, just let the wolf eat you and hide your secrets deeper." After she finished, the fierce howl came out. I subconsciously closed my eyes and stepped back. I thought I would be bitten badly, but the 5 wolves pounced on Cora. Out of my expectation, Cora cried and struggled in front of me, looking very pitiful. "Bess, please don't do this to me. I didn't mean to take over Alpha from you." What? I didn't understand at all what trick she was playing. But the next moment, an angry voice came out. "Go away, you stupid wolves." It's the voice of Marcus. He almost rushed to Cora's side, ordered the wolves to retreat, and held her in his arms. Suddenly, I understood. This was another trap set by Cora for me. She deliberately made Marcus misunderstand me. Marcus wasn't me. "Shout up, you bitch," he interrupted me. My eyes were full of panic, and I walked towards him trembling. Some bad premonitions had emerged. I don't know why Bess suddenly called 5 wolves to bite me. I just saw her returned from outside while walking, but she wanted to kill me. She shrank in his arms, crying very pitifully. Marcus frowned and looked at me. "You left here without my authorization? Where did you go?" He slept with me a few hours ago, but now he was so indifferent to me. "Talk." I was shocked by his strong tone, but I couldn't tell him where I was tonight. So even if Cora framed me again at the moment, I couldn't justify for myself. Turned over my head slightly, keeping silent was my only choice. Cora yelled pain in his arms, and his worried look for her was about to suffocate me. "Alpha, Bess just wanted to kill me. She won't talk anything. She wants to avenge me, torture me, and take my child away," Cora cried while said. He smirked, eyes filled with murderous intent. throw her to the basement, whipped her 3 times a day, deny her food and water until she talks. In the end, after suffering a beating, I was thrown heavily on the cold floor of the basement. Lying on the ground, I couldn't even breathe. Messy blonde hair covered my face, my clothes had been smashed by the whip, and my skin was bleeding. In a blur of consciousness, Eden's innocent face came to my mind. The thought of him seemed to give me the motivation to live. But I was also afraid that eventually the ghost lady of the Cooper family would give me a negative answer. If the connection between Eden and I was just a coincidence, I would be very sad. Maybe it was because I felt the warmth of being with a child for once. I was extremely desperate for a child. Lying in the sunless basement, I had no idea how much time had passed, and when I woke up from hunger and thirst, the figure that appeared in my line of sight was Marcus. He was standing just outside the barred door of the basement, staring at me with a deathly, expressionless face. Ready to talk? He asked me first, with a cold voice and indifferent look. I blinked slowly. My lips had been split due to lack of water. What do you want to hear? Truth. He took a step forward to me, standing majestic and looking down at me. What lie did you tell this time? Why did you try to kill Cora? Listening to his words, I laughed in my heart. He would never believe what I said, so why still bother to ask me? Whatever you think, the only thing I can say is that I never hurt her. My voice sounded very hoarse. However, my unwillingness to explain angered him, and he suddenly squatted down and pinched my chin tightly. You know what? I plan to let you live as long as you break your marriage vows in public. But now, it seems like you don't deserve this. You will not change, and the only thing you will do is keeping hurting her. Marcus, tell me, are you in love with Cora? I frowned and stared at him. Every word of his just couldn't without her, as if my life and death could be determined by her mood. Every time I see him protecting her, my heart was cut. He couldn't tell who was lying, and he hated me. To my surprise, he did not subconsciously give me a positive answer to my question. Did this mean that he treated Cora so well just because he hated me too much? For a moment, Marcus looked away as if he didn't even know the answer. Don't try to change the subject. I won't be fooled by your tricks. At the time he finished, I couldn't help coughing. So thirsty. He knew what I need most at the moment, so he has already prepared water. You'd better explain where you went, otherwise you won't be able to drink a drop of this bottle of water. As he said, he unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted the bottle, and the water began to flow out. Staring at the water flowing to the damp and dirty ground, I uncontrollably increased my breath. I was so thirsty, the water was enough to stimulate my nerves. But I couldn't let him know about my visit to the Cooper family to investigate Eden that night. I gritted my teeth tightly, even though my dry body was clamoring. I still didn't say a word. In the next instant, Marcus slammed the water bottle to the ground, splashing water on his hand. Then you just keep your backbone and die here. After speaking, he was going to leave, but I grabbed his hand immediately, almost desperate, and licked the water on his hand. He frowned, looked at me in ragged clothes, squinting slightly, quipped, "Are you seducing me?" Hearing his words, I couldn't help but bite my lips. However, I didn't care. I was so thirsty and I didn't want to die. Whatever you think. When my dry body got a little water, I was about to let go of his hand, but he held me tightly instead. His strength made me unable to break free. Since you seduce me first, you have to bear the consequences. He stared at me coldly. Somehow, a hint of ambiguity spread through the basement. He grabbed me by the waist and dragged me straight up from the floor. I shuddered, drawn to his turquoise pupils. His breath puffed against my face time to a time, making me nervous. Ugly face. He focused on my ruined face, holding my chin with one hand. At the moment, we were so closed. I also stared at him blankly, with a hint of bitter in my tone. His warm hand grabbed my wrist and kissed me crazy. Tilting my head slightly, a twisted face appeared in my vision. It was Cora, standing outside, her eyes filled with the urge to kill. Her hands were clenched in fists, her body trembling with extreme rage, showing in the night as if she was an angry ghost. Yes, she was here. She suddenly appeared in the basement, which I did not expect. But on second thought, I didn't think she expected Marcus to be here either. The only reason for her to coming here was to humiliate me, but right now it was her who was virtually punched in the face. Out of fear, for a moment, I wanted to push him away, but his movements and body temperature were going to make me crazy. I couldn't resist him. Ah! Ah! Gripping his shoulders tightly, I involuntarily made my voice sound feminine, as if we were both in extreme pleasure. As the night darkened, the passionate atmosphere in the room kept rising, and Cora kept standing outside. The night breeze blew everything in this basement messy, lying on the wet ground. Marcus had already left, fully clothed after his desires were satisfied, without even a second glance at me. So tired, both my body and heart. Just as I was exhausted and wanted to close my eyes to sleep, the door of the basement was kicked open. Being frightened and suddenly opened my eyes, Cora's angry figure rushed into my sight. She was enduring the urge to tear me apart. I was shaking. My arms and legs were covered in cuts from her, with my voice hoarse. "You know him. He is not someone I can say no." "Bitch." She stomped on my waist again. "You're so ugly. How dare you seduce Alpha? If you weren't my sister, do you think Alpha would have let you live until now? You're alive thanks to me, but how dare you to steal my man?" Stolen her man. What a ridiculous words. If it wasn't for her tricks and lies, how did it get to this bad place between Marcus and I? She really didn't feel guilty at all, and has been living a complete lie about herself. From the beginning, the bandit was only her. I was the victim. I never stole anything from you. And I gritted my teeth through the pain. You took everything from me. Don't blame me for his desire for me. As soon as I spoke, she started hitting me again. Pulling my hair, stomping on my face, kicking me into a corner, she was totally mean to torture me to death. For Cora, she only got a promise from Marcus that he would marry her after his marriage vow was broken. But other than that, she never got anything from Marcus. He never slept with her, not once. And she wanted to be Marcus's woman, the only woman, so she wouldn't allow anyone to sleep with him. That's why she was so angry to me at this moment. I cowered in a corner in a mess, my hands clenched around my knees, the pain making me conscious. Suddenly, I realized something. Gazing at her with my tired eyes, I said tentatively, "He never slept with you, did he? Even though he doted on you, he never slept with you, did he?" My doubtful voice grew certain. "Bullshit," Cora screamed, picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at me. "You bitch, I'm gonna kill you." I was right. Her annoyed to the point of madness tone told me that Marcus had indeed never slept with her. So why was she pregnant with his child? In this moment, I became even more suspicious of Eden's origins. "Pah!" While I was out of my mind, she rushed towards me and slapped me hard. I had no ability to resist. Even escaping was difficult for me. My weak body was like an ant in front of her, and she could kill me at any moment. Once again, I suffered her beating. She didn't leave until 2 hours later. Although she didn't kill me, that was a painful lesson. The beating was enough to make me lie on the ground for days to recover. Until she left the basement, she also refused to acknowledge the fact that Marcus hadn't slept with her. She just took all her anger out on me. My wounds were sore and bleeding, but there was no one to bandage me up. The only thing that sustained me was faith. I still had no food or water, and my chapped lips and pale face made me look like a dying man. One day later, a maid opened the basement door and rudely pulled me up from the floor with disgust eyes. "Lucky for you, someone from the Cooper family is visiting today. You can't show up in this awful look," she said as she dragged me outside. I didn't have any strength, so I had to let her manipulate me. The maid showered me, put me on a clean dress, and combed my hair. Even though the Cooper family knows that you did those things that hurt Lady Cora, after all, you are still Luna of the Blood Moon Pack for now, and Alpha instructed you not to shame us. It turns out that I was released from the basement for the time being today because Marcus wanted to show the Blood Moon Pack's magnanimity in front of the Cooper family. What he wanted to show was that even though I was a vicious bitch, I was still forgiven by him. But that wasn't the truth. The gorgeous dress hid all my bruises, and after being dressed up, it seemed like I was really living a good life here. An hour later, in the garden. The garden was decorated with various desserts and wines, and the maids were walking around with their trays. There was a harmonious atmosphere. I was brought here and also threatened not to leave the garden one step without permission. I knew that once this party was over, I would be locked up in the basement again. But right now, it was my chance. Today's guests were the Cooper family, and I expected to see the ghost lady here I was looking for last time. As I stood and looked around, someone tapped me on the shoulder. "Miss Bess, I have something to tell you." Recognizing the voice, I turned around in expectation. It was the ghost lady. Finally got a little smile on my sad face and asked in a low voice, "Did you find Cora's birth records? Is Eden her child?" The ghost lady looked around, shook her head, and whispered to me, "Miss Cora has never had a baby. That baby, it's definitely not hers." For just a moment, it was as if I was certain that Eden was my child. I also had a baby for Marcus a few years ago, but then I was told that the baby died at birth, and this child, Eden, had a strong connection with me. I could feel it. If this wasn't Cora's kid, then it's probably mine. After all the crazy things Cora has already done, I wouldn't be too surprised if she did steal my baby. The timing was perfect, and Cora appeared in my eyes with a glass of wine. I plucked up the courage to walk toward her with a face of determination. "Look which bitch is here." Cora shook her glass and looked at me with a very contemptuous look. I asked directly, "Is Eden my child?" At this moment, she was briefly startled, but quickly reverted to her relaxed appearance. With a dark smile, she approached me. "Since you already know, I won't lie to you. Eden is your child." I knew it. "You stole my baby, shame on you." I wanted to scream at her, but my weakened body wouldn't allow it. However, she looked extraordinarily relaxed. "So what? Eden only thinks of me as his mother, and he won't believe a word you say, and neither will Marcus." I gritted my teeth. This was my child. She stole my child and used my child to deceive my husband. Where is Eden? I just wanted my child back. But her overly relaxed demeanor that scared me a little bit. She put down her wine glass and shrugged. Who knows, perhaps being hanging upside down in some dark basement right now. What? My whole body trembled and my pupils were not consciously enlarged. Was she torturing Eden? "Don't touch him." Bloodshot fills my eyes. I could endure all the torture and humiliation, but not my child. Never. She pressed on me step by step and strangled my neck. "Then, you gonna break your marriage vows in front of all members of the Blood Moon Pack now. Otherwise, Eden will definitely die within half an hour." "What? You can't do this." "Of course I can." She interrupted me. "Refuse? Okay, I'm gonna kill that fucking kid right now." As soon as her voice fell, she turned away as if she was going to go and kill Eden right now. Shaking all over, I immediately knelt on the ground and grabbed her dress. "No, no, please don't. I will break my marriage vow. Promise." Cora smiled contemptuously, pulled her dress away, looked down at me. "Then do it, now." Breaking my marriage vows at this party right now means that this would be irreversible. I would lose all my majesty and trust, then be imprisoned for a lifetime, or be tortured to death by her. But for saving Eden's life, I had no choice. Didn't know if there were tears on my face, or whether my ugly face looked more disgusting in this situation or not. The only thing I knew was that I was standing on the oath hall of the Blood Moon Pack at the moment. The members of the Blood Moon Pack were summoned by me here, watching me, gossiping. All the brilliance faded from my eyes like a manipulative puppet, not caring about everyone's mocking faces. I just said, "For the last time, as your Luna of the Blood Moon Pack, I declare, this marriage between me and Alpha Marcus will be." At this moment, I could not even feel the wind that blows past my ears. Standing on the oath hall, my body shuddered uncontrollably. The only thing I could feel was dizzy. Although all the members of the Blood Moon Pack stood in front of me, I only saw Eden's phantom. Thoughts couldn't help but be taken back to the old days, when this hallowed oath hall used to be the place where Marcus and I were married. But now, I had to destroy all that was good and break all my vows here. I had thought that I would never break my vows, but now the situation gave me no choice. Eden's life was far more important than my happiness. He's my only child, that warm and kind child who shouldn't be the victim between me and Cora's hatred. Hope and expectation faded from my eyes, and I clenched my fists to control my trembling voice. For the last time, as your Luna, I declare the vows of marriage between me and Marcus invalid. As I finished, the crowd started to stir. All the unkind eyes were directed at me. They were pointing at me, gossiping, and even the roar of a wolf appeared. This meant that the members of the Blood Moon Pack were extremely dissatisfied. The trees around me rustled from the wolf activity. As if I said one more word, the members would summon their wolves to bite me. All because I, as the Luna, broke the marriage vows first, which was a sign of infidelity and betrayal. For the wolf pack, it was unforgivable. It's true you're not Luna anymore in our minds, but you don't have the right to break your marriage vows first. This party is to entertain the Cooper family. What do you want to do when you choose this time to announce this? Even if you want to leave the Blood Moon Pack, it's up to us to banish you. You have no right to abandon us. The disgruntled voices of the members came one after the other, as if they had been humiliated by my words. The Cooper family stood at a distance, frowning at me, and they didn't understand why I had broken my marriage vows in public. To avoid causing a major conflict, the Cooper family shook their heads and left, full of disappointment and puzzlement. They had to bring this news back as soon as possible and make a plan to maintain relations with the Blood Moon Pack. Right now, in everyone's eyes, I was the traitor. I bit my lip, slowly lowering my head. "Get out here, you shameless bitch!" Somewhere, someone yelled. Then the overwhelming abuse swept down upon me. The members picked up stones from the ground and threw them at me, and all the wolves that were moving in the woods rushed at me. My pupils dilated instantly, and my only option was to run away. With my broken heart in tears, dragging my exhausted body down to the basement, cowering in a corner, I sobbed secretly. Time passed, and when the emotions were done, I gathered the courage to step out into the basement. Now, the most important thing for me wasn't to be sad or cry, but to ask Cora for my baby back. But the second I stood up, a tall figure blocked the sunlight in front of my eyes, and a heavy slap followed. Pah! The slap was unusually prominent in the quiet basement. I touched my face and turned my head sideways and heard the sound of anger. "Where's Eden?" It was Marcus who came here to shout it at me and slapped me. Confusion replaced disappointment and fear, and I frowned. "What do you mean?" He gripped my shoulders as if to crush my bones, anger burning in his eyes. "Tell me, where did you hide Eden?" "Hiding Eden? I had absolutely no idea what he's talking about. What happened to Eden? Is he okay?" My subconscious told me that something was wrong. Marcus pushed me to the wall, did not answer my question. He grabbed me by my neck. "I was supposed to take him outside today, but I can't find him now. He's not in the room, nor in the Blood Moon Pack. He's missing." I was suddenly horrified. How could he disappear? Where can he go alone? Marcus smirked. "Don't act in front of me. You're the one who took him." "Marcus, please believe me. I could never and would never hurt Eden," I frowned. "Then explain to me why there was your smells in Eden's room," he growled, choking me harder and harder. "What?" I almost lost my words. "I didn't take Eden away. I even didn't know where was his room. How could I take him without knowing? But at the moment, it's not Marcus's suspicion or trust that matters to me. It's Eden's safety." Just as a thought occurred to me, Cora rushed towards Marcus and wailed, "Alpha, I'm begging you. You have to find Eden. He's our only child, and I can't live without him." At this moment, the truth about Eden's disappearance was clear to me. It was Cora who took him. I shuddered at the thought of her earlier statement that she would hang Eden in the basement and torture him. Maybe her subordinates were torturing Eden. Maybe Eden was dead. Unable to think more, I grabbed her wrist almost subconsciously. "Marcus, she's the one who took Eden. She said she'd torture Eden. Enough." He pulled away my hands and hugged Cora while also pushing me away hard. I was unsteady from the sudden force and fell back heavily. He said, "Cora is his birth mother. Would she harm her own child? Your ridiculous lies are so disgusting." "Alpha, I'm so scared. Bess not only wants to kill me, but our baby. She's really too frightening." Cora couldn't stop her tears and looked so desperate and pathetic. But only I knew that she was pretending. "Tie her hands and feet, carry her with me," Marcus ordered to his subordinates. The next thing I knew, I was tied up and being carried out by two men. No! What's he going to do to me? My hands and feet were tied tightly with ropes, and two strong subordinates lifted me over their shoulders as if I were a wild boar and carried me to the river. Then I was thrown heavily to the ground. The physical pain no longer mattered to me. I immediately looked to the majestic Marcus, begging with my words. I did not kidnap Eden, nor do I know who took him. If you willing to trust me, I will go with you to find him. But I don't believe any of your words. Marcus's cold words hit me right in my heart. I looked around. It was very secluded, and there was only one trail to get in and out of here. A deep, wide river was behind me, its water slightly blown by the wind, as if this calm was a harbinger of a storm. Cora covered her mouth with one hand and leaned against Marcus, crying, "Bess, I don't want to hurt you, but if you insist on not telling me where Eden is, I can't take sides with you anymore." Taking sides with me. When has she ever been so kind? Besides, she was the one who threatened me to break my marriage vows in public with Eden's life a few hours ago. How could she pretend to be innocent? How could she frame me for taking Eden? My instinct told me that she has Eden, but I couldn't explain it to Marcus because he wouldn't believe me, and also because Cora held my child's life. I couldn't risk it. I didn't. These were the one words I could say. "Since you won't talk, I'll kill you." Marcus stepped forward and motioned for his subordinate to tie a big stone to my foot. I struggled and resisted as best I could, but only hurt myself. "What are you doing?" Fear began to slowly swallow me. It was obvious from the look in his eyes that he was really angry. "I'll give you one last chance, or you'll drown in this river." He took one look at the deep river and fisted his hands together. I turned my gaze to Cora's face, my eyes hinting at frustration and contempt. "Cora, you know I wouldn't hurt Eden, so—" "I had thought you wouldn't." She interrupted me immediately. "But one night, Eden came back and told me that he saw someone who looked exactly like me in the gallery, except that woman had the slave mark on her face. Have you seen my children? Who allowed you to see my child?" Marcus was in a fury. I thought back to the night I met Eden, and I did see him. Cora went on. "He said he was intimidated by that woman. That woman told him to get the hell away from her, or she would kill him." What? Cora was lying again. I never said anything like that to Eden. He wouldn't deliberately slander me either. It must have been Cora's outrage when she found out I'd seen Eden, so she took this track to make me an evil person who terrorizes her child. I did see Eden, but I would never hurt him, because he's my. "Bess!" Cora raised her voice to block my words. "You don't understand the situation, do you?" She spoke in the most pathetic tone, but she was threatening me. Sadly, Marcus had no idea that I was threatened. He would just assume that all of Cora's unstable emotions at the moment were because she worried about Eden. Cora stepped closer to me, crouched down in front of me, and whispered to me, "You really want your child to die, huh?" My body shook violently. She continued, "You die or your child dies. Choose. What should I do now?" How absurd and pathetic that my own sister forced me to die with the life of my child. As the most powerful witch in the Cooper family, I never thought I would face with such a predicament one day. Unwillingness, frustration, and anger assaulted my thoughts. But I couldn't fight any of it, because I knew Cora, and she would do whatever it takes to get what she wanted, including the sacrifice of human life. I had to give in. I bit my lip until it bleeds, with a hoarse voice, "You have to promise me, all hatred will end with my death. As for Eden, you won't hurt him anymore." With a satisfied chuckle, she squeezed my arm and said in a voice that only the two of us could hear, "Sure. After all, you're the only one I hate. As long as you're dead, I'll treat Eden as my own child." Maybe she was still lying to me, but I bite, just to give Eden a chance to live. I struggled to stand up as my hands and feet were tied with rope. Meanwhile, Cora retreated back to Marcus, still fooling him with her excellent weepy acting. I, on the other hand, stepped backwards, dragging the heavy boulders from my feet. Maybe it was the time for me to say goodbye to this world. Marcus looked at me with more than a hint of complexity in his eyes. "What are you doing?" He asked me first, taking 2 steps forward involuntary. With a bitter smile on my face, I didn't give him any answer and immediately fell backwards. Pfft! Bess! At the moment I plunged into the river, the icy water invaded my senses. The boulders on my feet dragged me to the bottom of the river, and suffocation immediately wrapped me. The fear of death has blanked my mind. All the happiness and pain will be forgotten by me in this moment. That's fine. It wouldn't be so bad if my death could end it all. And just as my consciousness was fading, there was another sound of falling water. Bess! Faintly, I saw a figure swimming towards me as fast as he could. He untied the rocks tied to my feet, grabbed my entire body, and yanked me toward the riverbank. Don't you dare die. The man's voice, while majestic, was also filled with fear. Before I could see the man's face, I fell into a coma, Marcus's POV, 2 hours before Bess jumped into the river. The moment I stepped into Eden's room, I was stunned, because this place was filled with her scent. I didn't know why, but a feeling of unease was born in me. If it had been in the past, I wouldn't have been disturbed by feeling her scent, but she told me so many lies and lied to me for so many years. I couldn't forgive her, nor trust her. Right now, I'm afraid that she's barged in here and hurt my child. With anxiety, I searched Eden's room, but there was no one there, not even the maid. Rushing out of the room, I hoped that Eden better not have an accident, and this better not have anything to do with Bess, or else I might not be able to control myself and kill her. Even if I wanted to give her a chance to live, however, if she kept provoking me, kept hurting the people around me, there was no reason for me to let her live anymore. I started looking for Eden within the Blood Moon Pack. Then I ran into a group of angry members. Alpha King. The members greeted me. Have any of you seen Eden? I asked them majestically. But they all shook their heads and said they hadn't seen him. I could tell they were unsettled at the moment, and there were signs of wolves running through the woods around them. So out of confusion, I asked, "What happened?" The members looked at each other with a hint of discontent. Alpha King, Luna just broke her marriage vows to you in public in the Oath Hall. She has abandoned her promise and betrayed the Blood Moon Pack. She should be banished immediately, another added. For a moment, my nerves seemed to freeze. I asked her to break her marriage vows in public before, and she said she would do it after a month. But now, suddenly I was told this news did come as a bit of a shock to me. However, I quickly regained my calm demeanor. Where is she now? The basement, Alpha King. I dashed for the basement, certain that she had abandoned everything. There was no doubt that she took Eden away. The second I saw her cowering in the corner in the basement, I couldn't control my anger and went right up and grabbed her shoulders. This woman, the last thing she should have done was hurting my child. I'll make her pay. That stupid woman. Why did she have to try the limits of my patience over and over again? To me, Eden was precious, and I would never allow anyone to hurt him. But she touched my bottom line. Even after all the years she lied to me, I still had a shred of faith in her that she wouldn't hurt my child. But it turned out I was wrong. And now, staring at her as she stood by the river, if she took one more step back, she could fall into the river entirely. I've always wanted her to die, but at this moment, something unbearable appeared in my heart. Yet, she jumped decisively. At that moment, my nerves seemed to take a huge hit, and I couldn't help but jump. I didn't know why, but I had to get her out of there. Finally carried her from the river to shore, but she had fallen into a coma. Bess's brow was furrowed as if she had been in great pain. Surprisingly, it made me a little sad, but I kept telling myself that she was a liar, a traitor, a shameless woman. I placed her steadily on the grass and pressed her chest hard, trying to make her spit out all the water. She closed her eyes and started coughing as I pressed on her, eventually spitting out the water that was filling her throat. Her heavy but weak breathing echoed in my ears, and she looked incredibly pathetic, covered in wetness. Staring at her pale face, recalling the scene that she resolutely jumped into the river. For a second, I tried to believe that she did not kidnap my child, because even though she chose to commit suicide, she did not tell the whereabouts of my child. Maybe she really didn't know where Eden is. I had to admit, for a moment I thought I had overdone it. But before the mild guilt took over, my thoughts were interrupted by my subordinate's words. Alpha King, this is what we found in the basement. Cold filled with my eyes again. I hide all the complicated emotions from the previous second. What? My subordinate handed me a fistful of brown curls, and my pupils dilated suddenly. It was Eden's hair. Where is Eden? I couldn't control my rage, stood up, and a sense of foreboding spread from my heart. Because of fearing my anger, my subordinate took a step back and bowed his head in respectful reply. Hasn't been found yet. But the hair was found in the basement where the woman lives, so she must the one who took the little king. After hearing what my subordinate said, the slightest pity that I had for her totally faded. I just didn't know why did everything have to do with her. The subordinate continued, when we checked, we found bloodstain in the basement. Alpha King, I have to say, the worst case is that the little king may have been killed. And only she lived in the basement, so maybe she not only kidnapped the little king, but also killed him. The subordinate's voice became lower and lower. How dare she? I couldn't help but roar, eyes full of danger. My wet fists clenched after he finished his words, gritted my teeth as I looked over at the unconscious Bess. I was not going to condone her any longer. The dampness around me emitted a pungent odor, and my brow furrowed as I came into my conscious. With the dim light, my vision sweeping around, I closed my eyes slightly, realizing that I was once again locked in the basement. I only vaguely remember that I was thrown here rudely, and when I regained a little consciousness, they began to whip me with some cursed words. And after whipping me, they stepped on me, poured salt water on my wound, and cut my hair with ridicule. I regained consciousness time and time and fainted again and again. They left after 10 hours. It was Marcus who gave them the order to torture me. The pain in my body intensified, which reminded me that I was still alive. No, I couldn't be alive. If I was still alive, then my child was in danger. Struggling to crawl to the metal door and banging hard on it, I attempted to shout and get Cora's attention. But in the next second, I was shocked, opened my mouth and kept trying to talk. Yet not a single sound came out. I couldn't make a sound. What's wrong with me? I shouted in my heart, but no one could hear it. Why I couldn't make any sound? Was I going to be a mute from now on? Fear began to spread through my heart, which was more desperate than death. Pounding on the metal door, someone please tell me what the hell was wrong with me. I was so desperate. If I couldn't talk, then Cora would surely take it out on my children. After all, the only thing that scares me was that she would hurt my child. Tears slid uncontrollably down my pale cheeks and I cowered by the door, not knowing what to do. After a while, the metal door creaked and someone came in. Clean silver boots appeared in my line of sight, accompanied by a heavy voice. Bess. I looked up sharply as I recognized it as the voice of a Cooper family presbyter. Maybe I still had a chance to get out of here and saved my child. I pointed to my throat, trying to show him I couldn't make any sound. But he didn't seem to care whether I could speak or not. As I watched his serious look, my emotions drifted towards down. Maybe things weren't as good as I thought they were. It was doubtful that there was any chance of getting out of here. Everyone in the Cooper family has heard about what you did in the Blood Moon Pack. The presbyter's tone was serious, as if he was here to blame me. I shook my head, but I couldn't explain a word. He continued, ruining your sister's face, tricking Alpha Marcus, taking his child. I didn't think that as the heir to the Cooper family you would do something like that. What he accused me was something I never did. It was Cora who framed me. I also didn't realize that Cora's ruse had fooled not only the members of Blood Moon, but the Cooper family as well. Maybe it was a mistake when we agreed the marriage of you and Alpha Marcus at the first. The presbyter looked down at me with disappointment in his eyes. The original purpose of this marriage was to maintain the shared status of the Cooper family and the Blood Moon Pack. The werewolves and witches formed an alliance to avoid encroachment from other clans. But now, after all the wrong you've done, the Cooper family will have to abandon you if we want to keep the alliance going. Abandon me? What about my child? Who's going to help me get my child out of Cora's control? I immediately grabbed the presbyter's boots, shaking my head and frowning, hating with all my heart that I couldn't talk at the moment. The presbyter sighed. Had I known it would come to this, I should have let Cora marry Alpha Marcus at the first. Every word of presbyter's was hitting me in my heart. Everyone was denying me and trying to abandon me. The presbyter turned, intending to leave, and left me with one last message. The Cooper family will find a way to keep you alive, But the heir to the Cooper family, you've missed that opportunity. We will consider another candidate." After said that, he left decisively. The metal door slammed heavily shut and the light was blocked. As dark as my hellish life was, it was filled with darkness. In just half a month, I had gone from the noble Luna of the Blood Moon Pack to a slave, from the heir to the Cooper family to an outcast. My husband, children, and family no longer belonged to me. Cora had served her purpose. She had defeated me, both physically and psychologically. Staying in the basement was torturous because I knew absolutely nothing about Eden, and Marcus hadn't visited me once. Just when I thought my life would end in this place, the metal door was opened once more. The sudden light coming in made me squint my eyes, and I sat in the corner, unable to see who was coming until that person made a sound. They say bitches live longer, and that's pretty fitting on you. It was Cora's voice. She was standing arrogantly at the metal door, wearing gorgeous dress, looking at me with contempt. I couldn't ask her about Eden. I could only stare at her fiercely. But she laughed loudly. "Don't look it like this. You're not dumb. I'm just using a little black magic on you." With that, she roughly pulled me up off the floor and dragged me out of the basement. What was she going to do to me? She has got everything. What else? She was unsatisfactory. Dragged along by her, I had no shoes on, and my feet were bleeding from branches, rocks, and bits of glass in the road. I didn't have a chance to take a breath until she took me to the misty forest. Cora chanted a spell to undo the gagging spell placed on me. I immediately asked, "What have you done with Eden?" "Easy. That damn kid is still alive." She was very arrogant. I'd made up my mind to kill myself that day, but it was an accident. I was still alive. You can't hurt Eden. I also realized that I couldn't let you kill yourself in front of Alpha. From her cold tone, I seemed to understand her intentions in bringing me to the misty forest. Then she looked at me with an evil look. "So just kill yourself right here. That's our deal." My body was shaking, and she stepped close to me. "If you can't do it, I'll help you. I'll kill myself immediately, but you must not hurt Eden again." At my words, she nodded casually and brought up a sharp dagger to me. I took the dagger with a trembling hand. It turned out that I was still afraid when faced with death. But still, I had no choice. Closing my eyes and gripping the dagger tightly, my mind flashed the faces of Eden and Marcus. Gathering all my courage, I plunged the dagger heavily into my heart. For just a moment, great pain swept over me. I couldn't control the tilt of my body and crashed into the tree behind me. And in that instant, Cora began to chant a spell. Blood left from my chest and mouth while she used the spell to keep my entire body floating in midair. What was she going to do? "Since you've already committed suicide, you might as well die as a human. Do not disgrace the Cooper family." Suddenly, I understood that she intended to use ancient witch power to erase my identity as a witch. But I couldn't resist. It seemed like all the nerves in my body were being drained out and every drop of blood was disappearing. I felt the pain of my organs being torn apart. "Ah!" I couldn't help but cry out. Eventually, I fell heavily to the ground, blood staining the earth. I became a human corpse without any breath. Somehow, her death hollowed out my heart. Marcus's POV. The day Bess died, it rained heavily. When I got the news and rushed to the misty forest, I didn't even see her body. All there was a sharp dagger on the ground and blood-stained land. Her body disappeared. I thought she had escaped from the basement and the Blood Moon Pack, and that blood-stained land was just a disguise for her fake death. But before long, I couldn't even feel her witch scent. She was really dead. But somehow, I was a little bit lost. Standing in the misty forest, staring at the blood, I couldn't describe my feelings. It was just the heart area, which did hurt a little. 2 hours after Bess's death, Eden was found. He was locked in a cave on the border of the Blood Moon Pack and was not injured. I rushed to take my child home, calmed his emotions, and took care of his daily life for these several days. It was the best that he was not injured, but I couldn't help but think of what my subordinates said, that bloodstain was found in the basement. It made me think that Bess hurt my child. For a moment, I wondered why Eden was found just after Bess died. Such a coincidence even made me think I misunderstood her. But looking at the child in front of me, Self-blame swallowed me again. I no longer thought about other things, just made up my mind that I couldn't lose my child again. However, gradually, I started to lose sleep, and when I was insomnia, I was thinking about that cruel woman, Bess. She was dead, but no one mourned her. Should I hold a funeral for her? She has done so many wrong things. Was she worth having a funeral? My heart was wobbly, and I fall asleep every night when I am extremely tired. A few days later, Cora moved in to live with Eden and me. I understand her pain of losing her own sister, so I gave her a few days to adjust her mood. When I saw her again, she did not seem to be sad anymore. One day, Cora came to see me in the conference room after I had finished a meeting with my subordinates. She brought hot tea and dessert, trying to ease my fatigue. Alpha, here's some dessert I made, and I wanted you to be the first to try it. I sat in the main seat and rubbed my eyes, unable to hide the exhaustion in my voice. I'll taste it later. What's Eden doing now? Her hands trembled a little when I mentioned Eden, but it quickly showed a bright smile and sat on my lap, her arms wrapped around my neck. Alpha, you promised the other day that you'd go with me to my dress fitting today. Accompanying her to the dress fitting, I couldn't believe I forgot about that. After Bess died, I had promised Cora a wedding as soon as possible, so I had to go with her to try on custom-made dresses first. Well, let's go now. I kissed her on the forehead and take Eden with us. Take Eden? There was surprise in her voice. I don't think that's necessary. Hearing her words, my look was a little darker than before. Why is it unnecessary? I won't allow my child to go missing again. Because of my strong tone, she didn't object anymore. Half an hour later, Cora, Eden, and I were sitting in the wagon. There were the best tailors in the Blood Moon, but the journey was a bit far. My attention was focused on Eden's emotions, because after the last kidnapping, he was much quieter. But Cora's attention was focused on me. Ignoring the fact that there were still our children in the wagon, she rubbed into my arms and stroked my thigh very close to my lips. Alpha, touch me. Somehow, at this moment, I felt a little bit disgust. I wanted so badly to push her away. What was wrong with me? Don't do that, Cora. Eventually, I frowned and pushed her away. The wagon swayed slightly as Cora fell to one side, and I immediately held Eden. Are you all right? Eden looked up at me and shook his head. Still won't talk. It was heartbreaking to see that my child hadn't recovered emotionally from that kidnapping. After making sure Eden wasn't hurt by the wagon's shaking, I turned my attention to Cora. She was staring at me with a complex look. I was plainly aware of the complex emotions in her eyes, but I pretended not to see it. I had been a little tired lately, and I didn't have time to worry about everyone's emotions. Are you okay? I was just asking casually. She showed a smile and took my arm. Her words were soft. I'm fine. It looks like Alpha is just too tired. I'm really glad you're willing to stay with me. That's my promise, I said calmly. The wagon was quiet for the next hour's ride, but the quieter it got, the more restless I felt. The shadow of Bess kept coming to my mind. If I stayed in this small space any longer, I might suffocate from thinking about Bess all the time. Thank goodness the wagon finally stopped. We reached our destination, and the tailor was already outside the door to greet us respectfully. Alpha King, Lady Cora, and after greeting us, the tailor held out a windmill toy to Eden. This is for you, and I hope you won't be bored. Can I try on my custom-made dress now? Cora looked unusually excited and took the first step into the house. I led Eden inside and sat down. After trying on a dozen dresses, Cora's final appearance made me stunned for a moment. That's all because Cora was wearing the same dress that Bess once wore at the wedding ceremony. All the details on the dress were the same, and I stared at it, once again thinking of Bess. When I married her 3 years ago, she looked so happy, so innocent, as if she believed only in me in this world, as if our love would last until the end of the world. But no one expected her to do so many wrong things, not even to find her body after she died. Alpha, what about this dress? Does it suit me? Cora asked me with a smile. She and Bess look exactly alike, and of course she looks just as good in the exact same dress. But there were some other differences. I couldn't tell, but I could feel it in my heart. It's pretty and suits you. I tried to make my voice sound calm. Then I'll take this one. She immediately turned to the tailor. The tailor complimented her a few times as well, but my mind had completely drifted away from here. A few moments later, a few subordinates came to see me. Regarding Bess's death, the Cooper family had finally sent someone to inquire about the circumstances, and I had to rush over to meet with them. Eden, go back with Mom. Dad has something to do and needs to go first. With just simple words of explanation to my child, I immediately followed the subordinate and left. I didn't know why I wanted to meet the Cooper family so anxiously. Perhaps I held a glimmer of hope that the Cooper family would tell me that Bess was not dead. With faster and faster steps. Why was my heart so hollow? I have no sin. It is the world that full of guilt, Cora. Cora's POV, Pleasure Day. It was the third day that my twin sister Bess had died. I've never felt so relaxed before. Sitting on the couch in my gorgeous room, shaking my red wine glass slightly, closing my eyes and enjoying the world without her scent. Her death was a kind of relief to me. From the time we were children, she was better than me. Whether it was in witchcraft or in relationships, she always overshadowed me. I still remembered vividly the painful days of growing up with Bess. Because I was born weak, the presbyters never intended to train me from the beginning. In the process of learning witch power, they even planned to trap me in the dead world forever. Just because I couldn't be as good as Bess. Many times I survived from the brink of death. I crawled out of a fire and held my breath under seawater for 3 whole hours just to escape assassination. The Cooper family laughed at me for being useless, and no one wanted to be my friend. They would just tie me up and throw me in the mountains to be torn apart by wild animals. Because my existence was not necessary. Because I was not an heir. Because I was not as good as Bess. From the beginning to the end, no one asked me whether I was happy or not. No one cared if I was in pain. I could have tried to reach the same heights as Bess, but no one ever willing to give me a chance. Dark, twisted, perverted, evil. None of these were mine before. I also thought about forgiving everyone for everything, and I tried to find the right reason for everything bad that happened to me, because I was so clear that I couldn't help the Cooper family at all. Unexpectedly, my concession brought more abuse and humiliation. They pushed me. Everyone's pushed me, including Bess. If she would have stopped her steps, looked back at me, or just gave a hand, maybe I wouldn't have been subjected to so much bullying. Maybe I wouldn't have killed her. But she didn't. She just left me alone to suffer all of these. As a little child at that time, I was so helpless and desperate. In order to survive, I must disguise myself. I must learn to frame others. Everything that had happened had taught me that I had to remove all obstacles so I could live. I always suspected that Bess must have been deliberately trying to suppress me. Since she was the heir to the Cooper family, she wanted to show off everyone's praise for her in front of me. We have the same face, but people outside used 2 different words to distinguish us, good and bad. Obviously, she was always the good one. And even more coincidentally, we had fallen in love with the same man, the alpha king of the Blood Moon Pack, Marcus. This time, I would not let her be the winner again, so I took Marcus from her, even if she was his mate, even if they were married. But I didn't care. After living for so long, I thought I should have one thing better than her. So I made it my goal to destroy her life. As long as I lived a better life than she did, then I was the winner. See, no one mourned her in the Blood Moon Pack, and I was guessing no one in the Cooper family would have done so either. In front of people, I would pretend to be sad about my sister's death, but inside, I actually didn't know what I was feeling. I just kept telling myself she deserved it. From now on, the heir to the Cooper family would be me, and so would the Luna of the Blood Moon Pack. At the thought of that, all the resentment I had pent up over the years disappeared. Maybe it's time for me to start living a normal life with my husband and child, Marcus and Eden. But that day, when I asked Marcus to accompany me to pick out my dress, he rejected me on the wagon and hurriedly left at the dress shop. Something was wrong. I could clearly feel he was alienating me. But why? Bess was dead. What's the barrier between us? I had the exact same face as Bess, and even if he couldn't let go of those 3 years of conjugal love, he could still think of me as Bess. I would not mind it. but he was just alienating me. When he looked at me, his eyes were filled with exhaustion and impatience. Even when I approached him in the wagon, he chose to push me away. Was my disguise not good enough? Trying to reassure myself, I told myself he was just too tired to care about my feelings. However, what was that complicated look he gave me when he saw me in the dress Bess had worn? Did he still love my dead sister? Dressed in my most gorgeous dress, I stood in the house watching him leave with his subordinate, my body trembling, my heart already on fire with anger. Mom, I wanted to go home. I didn't regain consciousness until Eden tugged at my dress. This fucking child. I hated him too, but he must alive. I disguised myself with a smile and touched his head. Okay, after I wrap this dress, then take you home. At night, in Marcus's room, Eden had his back to me, playing with the pinwheel toy the tailor had given him while I sat by the door, waiting for Alpha to come back. I began to wonder if he wouldn't come because he was too busy or because he wanted to alienate me. After all I had done, I must to get him. Besides, my wedding to him was just a short time away, and he would cherish me as long as we were married. Time passed, and he was still not showing in my sight. My mood of waiting gradually became irritable. I turned to look at Eden, who was playing with his toys, and my anger was directed at him. I had thought that by making Bess's baby mine, I would have an ace manipulate Marcus. But now Marcus pay attention to this child and not me. Of course I had to blame the child. Anger took over my senses and I slowed my pace, stepping closer behind Eden, try to reach out to choke him. What are you doing? In the next instant, Marcus's voice suddenly sounded behind me. Perhaps I only love that woman, Marcus. Marcus's POV. I was exhausted after a long meeting and sending off the Cooper family. With every mention of Bess, the emotions in my mind became more complicated. I didn't know why, but it seemed that even though she was dead, she still tugged at my emotions. Her shadow showed in my eyes. Her smile and figure were so clearly in my mind. I didn't meet to remember her, but I couldn't control my thoughts, as if she had rooted in my heart. Now, I just wanted to come back to my child and hugged him. But when I stepped into my room, what I saw was Cora trying to reach out to choke my child. Anger broke out instantly. I rushed into the room and yelled, "What are you doing?" Grabbed her hand and turned her whole body around because my force was so strong. Our eyes met just right. Her eyes were filled with fear, but immediately turned to pity in the next instant. Eden also turned to me after I yelled, "Daddy, what's wrong?" Out of not wanting to scare my child, I gently said to him, "I'm sorry for scaring you just now. Mommy and Daddy have something to discuss, so stay here and don't go anywhere." As soon as I said that, I pulled her out of the room. Walking through the ornate and vintage galleries, even my steps were showing my anger. "Alpha, what happened? Why are you so angry?" Her words were so soft, which even gave me the illusion that I had just misunderstood. Gazing into her innocent eyes, somehow I couldn't let my anger out on her. "Did you just plan to pinch Eden?" The tone was much calmer than I expected it to be. Cora, however, laughed brightly. "What are you talking about? I saw bugs behind Eden and tried to help him swat away the bugs. Eden was afraid of bugs, you know that?" I froze and slowly let go of her hand. Why would I think she wanted to hurt Eden? She was the mother of my child, wasn't she? My eyes darted a bit, and with an apologetic tone, "Sorry, I misunderstood." Did Alpha think I was going to choke Eden just now? In the next second, she asked me what I was thinking. I didn't admit it or deny it. However, she hugged me slightly and patted my back. "If Alpha is too tired, then take a few days off. Nothing is more important than your health." What a thoughtful woman, but I still resist her a little. Also, I didn't know why. That night, I took Eden to bed with me. I fell back into a deep dream where there was a woman's figure moving away from me, but I could only watch her go. Little by little, blood filled my entire dream. Finally, I awoke from my dream. In the next instant, the sound of a wild beast roaring rang out in the misty forest. My emotions suddenly became unsettled. Neither Eden nor Cora were in the room at the moment, and I could feel that my child was in danger. I didn't have time to put on my cloak, just went straight to the misty forest. I know that he only believes what he sees. Cora. Cora's POV. Right now, what Eden and I faced was a ferocious tiger. It was me who transformed a fake tiger with witch power and instructed it to attack Eden. After last night, maybe Alpha was starting to suspect me, so I had to do something. I knew Alpha's wake-up time and his running speed, and I had already calculated how long it would take him to get here. All I need to do was playing a mother who dares to sacrifice. The trees in the forest sway due to the tiger's activities, blocking the sunlight, making here look dark. At this moment, the tiger leaped up suddenly, opened the big mouth, showing its sharp teeth, and pounced directly on Eden. Eden kept step back until he bumped into a tree, and here was no way for him to hide. My lips bend up. I could hear Alpha's footsteps running to here, and just when he broke into this predicament, I immediately rushed to Eden and hugged him tightly. The tiger's sharp claws slapped on my back. Ouch! Damn, tiger, he shouted. Marcus clearly saw this scene of me protecting Eden. He couldn't control his wolf and immediately turned into a huge black wolf fighting with the tiger. If they were continued to fight, the fake tiger would soon be dismantled, so I secretly used witchcraft to give the tiger an order to escape. After the tiger escaped, he immediately came to check on me and Eden. Does the wound hurt? This time, he asked me first. I shook my head, pretending to faint. He carried me back anxiously and called many doctors in the clan to treat me. In fact, my consciousness was very clear, but I liked the feeling of being worried and cared by him, so I pretended to be unconscious until night. After I confirmed that he believed I would not hurt Eden, I slowly opened my eyes. I lay on his soft bed, surrounded by orange lights creating a warm atmosphere. Marcus and Eden were sitting by the bed. Are you feeling better? Marcus approached me and asked me softly. I smiled back. I feel better. Thank you for being with me, my alpha. Turning my eyes to look at Eden, frowning, I pretended to be worried. My baby, did you hurt? I'm fine, Mom. Oh, thank God. If you get hurt, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Don't say that. You and Eden both are the most important person in my life. I would never let other one to hurt you. He kissed my hand. I promise, it won't happen again. Both Eden and Marcus hugged me and made me feel that even the injury was worth it. After all, my intention was achieved. I felt relieved and closed my eyes to enjoy the tenderness of the family at this moment. At the moment when I thought all his doubts had been eliminated, Eden pushed me away suddenly and stepped back. What's wrong, baby? Marcus immediately asked him. Eden's eyes were full of fear, and he tremblingly pointed at me with a panic voice. Mom has the same smell as the person who kidnapped me. Bite the bullet. I just need to keep pretending to be calm and innocent like before. Cora's POV. No. That couldn't happen. Damned me. How could I neglect the scent of witches? Every witch has a specific witch scent, which will be exposed after every use of the witch power. After kidnapping Eden with witch power, I was worried that he would remember my scent, so I kept sealing my scent. But after I used my witch power to transform a fake tiger in the misty forest, I forgot to continue to seal my scent, and it happened to be discovered by the fucking child at this moment. Come here, my baby. You must have misunderstood. I waved to him with softly tone and a smile, but he shook his head and refused. Eden stood in the opposite side of me with a firm eye, as if he had already determined that I was the kidnapper. Marcus frowned slightly. He took Eden in his arms and looked much more serious for a moment. Eden, do you remember the day you were kidnapped? My heart trembled with panic when I heard Marcus ask this, but my face still remained calm. I tried to seal my witch scent right away, but Marcus was sitting right next to me, and if I used my witch power now, I would most likely expose everything. Alpha, Eden must have been terrified that day. It's better not to remind him of what happened that day. I tried to disguise it as if nothing had happened and spread a smile at Eden, but he, it seemed, had decided that I was the one who had kidnapped him. Eden shrank into Marcus's arms and whispered, Dad, I was blindfolded that day, and my hands and feet were tied with rope. He just said that, and Marcus's eyes showed the fury in his eyes. He blamed himself and his anger as the Alpha King of the Blood Moon clan when his child was in danger and he had no idea. Eden continued, Then I was knocked unconscious, but before I passed out, I did smell a scent, exactly like the one on Mom. Dad, I'm not lying. He looked up at Marcus, and there seemed to be tears in his eyes. It must have been the shock you got that day that you remembered wrong. How could mom smell like a kidnapper? And I tried to maintain a soft smile. You get some sleep, and maybe tomorrow you won't think that. Eden looked at me with a look of mistrust and fear. Marcus had been watching the situation carefully, and eventually he said nothing. He just picked Eden up and said to me, "You get some rest, and I'll take Eden to bed tonight." I smiled and nodded, staring at Marcus's back as he took Eden away. After they were completely out of sight, I slammed the table angrily, the orange lights shifting violently from my actions. I clenched my fist and grit my teeth. Fucking kid, just like your mother. God, I'm mad as hell. Just want to know that woman's secret. Marcus. Marcus POV, midnight. Right now, my child was sleeping beside me, but I was in insomnia. Eden wouldn't lie, but why would he be so sure that Cora's scent was identical to the kidnappers? I'm confused. However, Cora was his mother, and she was the last person who would hurt him. Maybe Eden was misremembering. The next day, Eden and I were awakened by the delicious meal. I took Eden by his hand to the table, which was set with all my favorite dishes, just as Cora came in with soup and smiled at us. "Good morning, darlings. I've made some food for you to try and evaluate." She set the soup on the table and went back to picking out clothes for Eden and me. Such a simple and cozy life was what I longed for, but right now there was a strange depression lingering in my heart. "Thanks." I kissed her hand as she put on the cloak for me, but Eden looked unhappy. He kept shrinking beside me, pulling my arm, resisting to approach Cora. I tried to calm his emotions. "We love you and we won't hurt you. Eat something, you'll feel better." Eden shook his head, seemingly uninterested in the food on the table. "These are too spicy, nothing I can eat." My thoughts hit me hard at his words. She was Eden's mother. She should know him best. But why didn't she know Eden's tastes? The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and the smile on Cora's face stiffened. She leaned in close to Eden, but Eden immediately ran away. I stood up. "Never mind, I'll have the maid make some new dish," I said, then left the room with Eden. For some reason, I've been feeling the urge to avoid her lately. Instead, whenever I saw the dishes on the table, I would think about Bess. I didn't want to think of her again, but I couldn't control my thoughts. It seemed she never left, as if she still prepared delicious food for me, went hunting with me, and helped me share my distractions. Without even realizing it, she had taken over most of my life. But now, I had to face the reality that she was dead. From the time I left the room in the morning until the evening, I didn't go back. Late at night, after ordering the maid to take Eden back to her room, I went to the study room. It was quiet. The wind seemed to have stilled. The leaves in the misty forest were motionless, and even the noise of insects at night disappeared. I was very tired with one hand on my forehead. Suddenly, a sound came from the window, which made me look over. "Who's there?" "It's me, the ghost lady of the Cooper family." A deep voice came out, accompanied by a woman dressed in black, appearing in my sight. I'd heard that every witch family had a ghost lady, but this was the first time I'd seen one in person. She looked old but wise and seemed to be hiding all the secret of an entire family. "Please come in." I invited her in, but she refused. "Thank you, Alpha, for your kindness, but I'm only here tonight to acquire some belongings of Miss Bess." Her voice was cold and her face was expressionless. "We still don't find the corpse of Miss Bess, and I can't supernaturalize her, so I can only cast a spell on what she belongs to and hope she doesn't fall into hell." I hadn't cared for Bess's belongings since Cora had lived with me, but she'd lived in the Blood Moon Pack for so many years, she should still have some things left over. I promised her, I'll have the maid look carefully for it and send it to the Cooper family as soon as possible. The ghost lady nodded politely at me and was about to turn to leave when she suddenly asked me, "Does Alpha know of the matter Miss Bess was investigating before she died?" I couldn't help but frown. "What is it?" "Only desiring that woman's body. Tastes so good. I want more." Marcus. Marcus's POV. All I know was that Bess was locked up in the basement before she died. How could she have had the opportunity to leave the Blood Moon Pack to investigate something else? Wait, I suddenly remembered that night. The night Bess had been caught by Cora at the Blood Moon Pack border. The night that no matter how much Cora and I asked her where the hell she had been, She wouldn't say a word. Did she just take that opportunity to investigate things? So what was she investigating? After hearing my answer, the ghost lady seemed a little dissatisfied. Her originally expressionless face showed a point of frustration. Miss Bess is investigating Eden's identity. What? Why was she investigating this? Why? What is she suspecting? I approached the window, my face filled with confusion. The wind suddenly began to blow in the misty forest, which had been so quiet, and the long hair of the ghost lady blew, making her seem like a real ghost in the darkness. It looks like Alpha doesn't know anything. Her tone was vaguely reproachful. What am I supposed to know? I was slightly angry. Eden isn't her child, and yet she's still investigating him. Am I supposed to wonder if she wanted to hurt my child when she was alive? The ghost lady gazed at me and shook her head slightly, as if she had made up her mind. What if I told you that you are wrong? I shuddered, not sure if it was because of the sudden onslaught of night breeze or because of her words. There was a moment of silence before I spoke coldly. What do you mean? In the next instant, however, Cora's voice sounded behind me. Alpha, who are you talking to? The ghost lady's pupils dilated abruptly and immediately disappeared into the darkness before she could answer my question. I subconsciously peered out the window, but there was no figure. Cora approached me and looked out the window as well. What are you looking at? Was there anyone here just now? Nothing, and no one. Somehow, I didn't want her to find out I was talking to the ghost lady just now. I didn't notice the glint of evil in her eyes. In the next instant, she leaned close to me, wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed my face. Eden is asleep. We can do our thing. It was only now that I noticed that she was wearing a red lace strapless dress. Her white breasts were visible and her scent was laced with desire. She wanted to sleep with me, and I knew it. The truth was, I hadn't slept with her once since I knew she was the woman who bore my child. But, of course, lust had flared up inside me, but her face always reminded me of Bess, and I tried to say no, but my words were immediately interrupted by her kiss. She kissed me on the lips, stirring my desire. I pressed her right up against the wall and kissed her back forcefully, and when her hand traced my stomach even further down, I immediately pushed her away. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Alpha? I was also a little panicked. Why I pushed her away, I didn't even know. Sorry, I have some things to do. You should go back to your room. After saying that, I turned around to pour myself a cup of tea and stopped looking at her. I'm not stopping here. Never. Cora's POV. He didn't want me. He was resisting me. Why? After leaving the study room, I rushed into the misty forest, crushing so much freshly sprouted grass with my feet that I wanted to burn the place down with a fire. My pride was trampled, and everything was not what I had planned. I actually knew who Marcus was just talking to. I'd been hiding behind the study room to eavesdrop on their conversation, so I could interrupt the ghost lady in time when she tried to tell the truth. It looked like he was starting to suspect me. A trip back to the Cooper family was necessary, and it was time to warn the ghost lady. It was midnight by the time I got back to the Cooper family. I headed straight for the ghost lady's place, with the fury that I wanted to cut her tongue out. And she was standing in the doorway, seemingly waiting for someone. Miss Cora, I guessed you'd be here tonight. Apparently, she also knew that I had seen her in the study room. If you weren't a member of the Cooper family, I'd kill you right now. I glared at her viciously, a dagger hidden in my waist. I don't care what Bess was investigating before she died. You are not allowed to show in front of Alpha again. And don't say another word to him. I threatened her. I know you have a daughter, and if you keep provoking me, I will find her and kill her. The ghost lady frowned tightly. Miss Cora, you've never had a child. You can't fool Alpha Marcus. All he has to do is sleep with you once, and he'll find out you're still a virgin. Who told you I was still a virgin? I raised my pitch, really annoyed with this nosy old woman. I've slept with other men, so he won't suspect from my body that I've never had a child. In the beginning, to make the plan go smoothly, I had a one-night stand with a male witch who was killed by me after that night. That's why I dare to claim that Eden was my child. Miss Cora, you look so strange. Why have you become so evil? Don't worry about me. You should be trying to help me keep my secret. After all, Bess is dead, and if my secret is revealed, Alpha will surely kill me, and then the Cooper family will have no heir. Your first priority is to maintain family status, which means you have to make sure an heir is alive." The ghost lady's face grew gloomy. She knew what I meant. That's why she couldn't refute my words. I leaned close to her and held the dagger at my waist. "Besides, I might actually kill you. Cora, what are you doing here?" In the next second, Marcus's voice suddenly sounded behind me. Cora's POV. Why was Marcus in here? And still, he came for the ghost lady. It looked like he was really suspecting something. After hearing his words, I immediately tucked the dagger into my clothes, held the ghost lady's hand with tears in my eyes, and turned to look at him. "Alpha? I'm sorry, I left the Blood Moon Pack without permission because I missed Bess so much. I wanted to go home to feel her scent. I was supposed to be in Eden's room sleeping with him at this time, but I wasn't. So the only way I could hide my true intentions from him was by expressing my sadness over Bess's death." After I finished speaking, his suspicious eyes turned to sympathy. "Anytime you want to go home, you can. You don't have to get my permission." Marcus moved closer to me. "It's time for you to go home and take care of Eden. I'll be back with you guys later, I promise." His warm hands touched my face, looking like he cared about me, but in fact, he was trying to get me to leave first. I should have taken this opportunity to leave so that he wouldn't continue to suspect me. So I nodded. "Don't stay too late, be safe. When the ugly truth is revealed, how damn I hurt her." Marcus POV. After watching Cora walk away, I let out a sigh of relief. After all, I couldn't let her know what I was here for. Fortunately, she didn't ask me much. I looked to the ghost lady with a sharp and dignified gaze. "We should talk about what we didn't finish before. That's why I came to the Cooper family tonight. I needed to know what Bess was investigating before she died. Tell me, what Bess cared about." The wired thing was at the moment, the ghost lady didn't even look at me. Seemed like she tried to avoid something. After a while of silence, she finally talked to me. "I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you." Frowned. "I realized something wrong. Don't try to fool me. You better tell me what you know." "But for what?" she asked me back with a regretful tone. "Miss Bess is dead, and the things she was investigating during her lifetime are not important anymore. Alpha, you should pay attention to Miss Cora and Eden. Sorry for interrupting you earlier." After she finished, she just left directly. What I felt like now was there was someone pouring all cold water from my head to toe. I came here but got nothing. 2 hours later, I returned to the Blood Moon Pack. Still sitting in the study room, only a faint light was on here. I closed my eyes to let go of my thoughts and couldn't help but think of Bess again. And before I think about her kindness, I force myself to remember all the nasty things she did. I have determined that she was a traitor and a liar, and I should not change my opinion just because of her death. After a while, there was loud noise from outside the study room, and the subordinate's voice sounded. "Alpha King, we caught a maid trying to escape. Bring her in." I hid all the complex emotions and showed the expressionless faces to my subordinates. "Mercy, Alpha, please give me a mercy." The maid with wounds on her face and body knelt in front of me and bowed her head begging. Details. I glanced at the subordinates. The subordinate respectfully said, "Half an hour ago, this bitch wanted to escape from the Blood Moon Pack. She was arranged to clean up near the basement before. She must have been bewitched by the dead woman and wanted to betray us too." The dead woman. He meant Bess. I waved my hand impatiently. "Drag her down and kill her. In my pack, I would never allow traitors. Even a rebellious maid cannot appear." Just as the subordinate rudely tried to pull the maid away, she suddenly grabbed my boots and cried out crazily, "Please, please, I just want to live so I run away. I definitely won't betray you, Alpha King, please." "You will die from running away." Not wanting to hear her sophistry, I kicked her away and stood to the window. Subordinates grabbed her hair and were about to throw her out, but she screamed, "If I don't run away, I'll die here, just like Miss Bess. She died because she did something vicious. But why did you run away?" I saw something I shouldn't have seen about Miss Bess." Her voice was getting lower and lower, and she was shaking violently with fear. "What is it?" I admit, I was curious. It was as if this maid knew she wouldn't survive, so she plucked up all her courage to say, Miss Bess didn't kidnap anyone, because I was cleaning around the basement when Eden disappeared, and I saw her cower in the basement crying. Miss Bess went back to the basement that day after breaking her marriage vows, and she never took a step away until you found her. Upon heard her words, my entire body seemed to have been hit by lightning. Bloodshot immediately filled with my pupils, and panic spread through my heart. What did she just say? At this moment, her words were not over, but no one believed Miss Bess. I feared that one day I would be killed for witnessing it, and that's why I ran away. I couldn't listen to the maid at all, and the thought that Bess might have been wronged swept through my mind. What if I blame her wrongly? After all, I did not give her any chance to explain. Meanwhile, it occurred to me that Eden was sure that he remembered that kidnapper's scent, and the person he mentioned was Cora. I remember she said that one day I'll regret for all of this, and now I regret, I really do, Marcus. Marcus's POV. From that moment on, Bess took over my mind. All I could think was her pale face, sad words, and helpless expression. What damn things I did to her. And then, Cora. Eden kept mentioning that the scent on her was exactly the same as the kidnappers, and there must be a reason. When I linked these two women together, a trace of panic could not help but appeared in my eyes. I admitted that there was indeed a bad thought in my mind. Before this bad thought completely took over my sanity, I squinted and said majestically, I hate liars. If I find out that one of your words is fake, I will strip your skin. Mercy, mercy. The kneeling maid panicked, but still insisted on her statement. I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth, every word I've seen with my own eyes. Please believe me, Alpha King, please. Tell me everything you know. I frowned involuntarily, trying to keep my face as calm as possible. The maid was trembling, lowered her head, and closed her eyes tightly. She knew that from the very first word she said, she would inevitably tell the truth. In addition to testifying that Miss Bess did not kidnap the little king, I also witnessed the scenes of her being bullied many times. By whom? I didn't even notice that I was so concerned about what happened to that dead woman, and I stood up when I spoke. Subordinates were frightened by my sudden anger, and they secretly took a step backwards. It's Miss Cora. The maid hesitated to say these words. Cora. My thoughts were confused. As far as I could remember, Cora had always respected her sister, Bess. Even after all the wrong things Bess had done, she was still willing to choose to forgive. But why would the maid say that? The maid added, Miss Cora used to go to the basement in the middle night and beat Miss Bess with whips, sometimes even stomping on her and pulling her hair. I don't know if Miss Bess was threatened or not. At first she would cry out, but afterwards, even though she was being beaten, she didn't make any sound. How long did this go on for? I gritted my teeth, my voice getting lower and lower, and the aura all over my body exuded coldness. The maid's words also trembled. From the first day Miss Bess was locked in the basement. Maybe it was because of these impactful words from the maid, or Bess's pitiful look haunted me, or I was beginning to feel guilty about her death. My body shook violently, and I took 2 steps backwards. It was like 2 pairs of hands in my head pulling on the same nerve, giving me a splitting headache. The headache swept over me so that I had to sit down and rub my forehead. Alpha King, are you okay? The subordinate asked with concern. I waved my hand and continued to ask the maid, what else? I even didn't know why, I just wanted to know everything related to her. The maid kept her head down. She knew the only way she could survive from me was telling the truth. One more thing. On the day Miss Bess died, it was Miss Cora who came to the basement and dragged her away. After that, it came out the news of Miss Bess's death. My whole body stiffened when I heard this. The only sensation was heartache, and again a headache swept over me. There seemed to be something in my mind about to revive, but it was immediately suppressed. What was going on? After a short silence, I knew I had to ask Cora why she had been repeatedly witnessed appearing in the basement. Rushing straight to her room, the first thing that caught my eye was Eden perched on the edge of her room's window, almost falling off. With panic, I immediately ran a few steps forward and took him out of the window, making a bit of noise and getting Cora's attention. She was doing her makeup in front of a delicate retro mirror. Suddenly, anger spread to my thoughts. However, she came up to me with a smile. "Alpha, do I look good in this dress?" The atmosphere in the room was extremely low, and so was my tone. "You should be looking out for Eden's safety, not just yourself. After all, you're his mother." Hearing my words, her expression froze for a moment, then immediately returned to smiling, reaching out to touch Eden. But Eden was still resisting her. "It was my fault, and I promise it won't happen again. Alpha, please don't be mad at me." She showed her typical pathetic face again. But this time, I would not relent. I asked directly, "Tell me why you were in the basement the day Bess died." She was startled, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. "You've been sneaking off to the basement to torture Bess, haven't you?" My second question. Obviously, she didn't expect me to ask these questions. "What are you talking about?" Cora always had a smile on her face. How could I hurt my own sister? My eyes were cold, clapping my hands. The next moment, my subordinate brought in the maid who had testified. Cora's expression changed the first moment she saw the maid. Frowning slightly, I looked at her emotions very carefully, as if she was thinking about countermeasures. The maid was shoved by subordinates before she spoke. "Miss Cora has tortured Miss Bess in the basement many times." Next, the maid said everything she had said in front of me again. I just wanted to check how she would react when she heard these words from the maid. To be honest, I was starting to doubt her. Ever since Bess died, I had been at a low emotion. Obviously, Cora was my mate, but why was my mood being affected by a dead woman? Now Cora's hand was clenched and she said nothing. While waiting for her to answer, my attention was suddenly drawn to a bottle of potion on her bedside table. That bottle was Bess's. Once upon a time, Bess used this purple crystal bottle for her witch potion. But why was the bottle here with Cora? Frowning, I approached her bed. But the closer I got to the bottle of potion, the stronger Bess's scent came to me. Why? Fate drove me to the cliff of regret, revealing the brutal and hurting truth. Marcus. Marcus's POV. Alpha King, I. Bess is dead. Why does your room still have her witch scent? As soon as she was about to answer my previous question, I interrupted her with the third question. Again, she was silent. I picked up the potion, Bess's witch scent, making me nostalgic, and at the same time, a thought immediately crashed into my head. I was convinced that Bess was the one who kidnapped Eden in the beginning, only because Eden's room full with her witch scent. No one ever saw Bess break into Eden's room. Later, Eden repeatedly stated that Cora smelled exactly like that kidnapper. Now, a maid testifies that Bess never left the basement, and Cora's room actually had a bottle of potion filled with Bess's witch scent. All of this was pushing my thoughts to an edge. Maybe Bess was innocent. Cora, on the other hand, was more suspect. With a dignified look, a cold aura spread all over me, and I take a step closer to her with the bottle. "Give me an explanation." Cora took a step back, then her arm was immediately gripped by me. "Where were you when Bess died in the misty forest?" I had one question after another, all related to Bess. God, I hadn't even realized I cared about her so much before. That day, I was looking around for Eden. As you know, Eden's missing was about to suffocate me. She gazed at me as if she was desperate for me to believe her words. But I couldn't. I couldn't believe her. "Alpha King, you must be too tired." Her words and expression were soft, but which did help nothing to disabuse my suspicions. She continued, "I'm making some delicious food tonight. You should get yourself a relax." "Don't bother." My tone was cold. "I have some business to do." With that indifferent words, I left her room, taking Eden with me. I had to find out what was going on. 2 hours later, I was in the Cooper family. I came for the ghost lady, but the one I met with now was Bess's mother, the Lady Adalia. Sitting in the Cooper family's conference room, what's showing in my eyes were some gray witch statue and the ghost orchid. Huge stained glass windows block out the outside light. All of the decorations were oddly shaped, as if each one was a switch to open another door. Lady Adalia sat across from me, staring at me. There were only 2 of us in the large conference room. "You don't look surprised that I'm coming," I spoke first. Lady Adalia smiled slightly, but her eyes showed complex emotions. My eldest daughter is dead, and whether it's out of personal feelings or the matter of the Cooper family's alliance with the Blood Moon Pack, you will be here sooner or later. Her powerful aura was no less than mine. The only reason I'm here today is to find out how Bess and Cora are getting along before. Why curious? Why? I actually didn't know why. My mate and child were all with me, but I missed that dead woman the most. Was I crazy? I was silent for a moment, then said truthfully, I'm investigating the truth about Bess's death. Lady Adelia's tone was heavy. Since Cora is the one who is with you now, you should cherish her. Forget the one who has died. I couldn't help but frown. She sounded like she didn't care about Bess's death at all. It was indeed strange to think that when Bess died, the entire Cooper family didn't mourn her. You're more partial to Cora, aren't you? I asked a very direct question. And her answer was even more direct. The Cooper family favors stronger children. But it's well known that Bess was the most powerful witch in the Cooper family, so what did she mean? At my confused look, she said frankly, I'm not going to deceive you because we're allies, and I know exactly what the consequences of deceiving you are. It sounded like she was about to tell me something, and I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Bess and Cora, they love each other, but also hate each other, Lady Adelia said. Cora was envious and jealous of her sister when she was a child, and that continued until after Bess died. We all know there was more than affection between them. There was competition. Yes, Bess was the most powerful witch before she married you, but after that, she chose you over witchcraft. Instead, Cora's jealousy has been driving her to become more powerful, and one day she will surpass Bess, then take her place. So, what have you all done to Bess? I couldn't control the tremble and anger in my voice. Hearing her words, I could almost imagine the entire Cooper family helping Cora against Bess. Lady Adelia was silent. I threatened, if I don't get a truthful answer, even if it means breaking the alliance, I will destroy the entire Cooper family. Yeah, I was crazy. For Bess, I was on the verge of losing my mind. What did you do to help Cora replace Bess? My roar echoed through this chamber. Lady Adelia gets up and calmly says, Nothing. All the members of the Cooper family just keep secrets. What secrets? Gosh, at the moment I just wanted to kill everyone here. This anxiety made me extremely irritable. About Eden, he is not you and Cora's child. She continued. Bess had investigated the matter before she died, and she knew the truth. Bess is Eden's mother. What? I couldn't hold my body stand still, kept shaking myself backwards until I hit the statue, and the pain made it clear that this was reality. Everything I heard was true. Eden was the child of Bess and I, and she already knew about it. At this moment, my heart seemed to be constantly pierced by a sharp blade. The heartache and headache attacked me together. What damn things did I do to my woman? My mate. Ah! In the next second, there were fragments in my mind that broke through the invisible shackles, allowing me to see the truth clearly. First encounter. Falling in love, staying together. The woman who was always there for me was Bess. My mate was not Cora. It's always Bess. At that moment, not a noble alpha. I'm just a man who lost his only love. Marcus. Marcus's POV. I fell heavily to the floor, feeling so scared and helpless for the first time. Why had I mistaken Cora as my mate? Why didn't I ever trust Bess for one word? Why didn't I realize that Eden wasn't Cora's kid at all? No wonder Cora never knew Eden's tastes and didn't care about his safety, because he was just a tool for her. Cora's room has the potion filled with Bess's scent, which meant she could totally pretend to be Bess and took Eden away. Then blamed this crime on Bess. It was Cora who kidnapped Eden and tortured Bess, maybe even killed her. Intense rage assaulted my senses. Bloodshot filled my eyes. I could even hear the wolf inside me howling. Lady Adelia tried to help me up, but I refused her outstretched hand. She was startled. The truth can't change the fact that Bess is dead, and the best thing to do now is to maintain the alliance and forgive all secrets so that the Cooper family and the Blood Moon Pack can be protected from enemies. No. I stood up slowly with determination in my cold tone. Our alliance ends here. It will be my last mercy not to kill you all. Don't do that, please reconsider. Lady Adelia frowned. We need each other's protection. I only protect my woman's family. My mouth twitched, and I pushed chairs away. The Cooper family abandoned her, then all of you was nothing to me. Lady Adelia's shock and panic look showing in my sight, but I ignored it. I had to know more truth. My Bess, how much aggravation and injustice has been done to her. I couldn't imagine it. Even I had been hurting and humiliating her. The second I rushed back to the Blood Moon Pack, all my subordinates and maids didn't dare to make a sound, and even the leaves in the forest dared not sway. Cora was drinking wine in the garden. When she saw me, she immediately showed a warm smile. But now, her smile looked so false to me. I grabbed her wrist hard and with a forceful tone, "How dare you change my memories of mate with your damn witch power?" On the way back, I pondered the reason for thinking of Cora as my mate, and only came to the conclusion that she had used witch power to put a seal on me, altering my original memories. "I don't know what you're talking about, Alpha. You're hurting me." She showed the pity to the fullest. "Stop lying," I yelled. "You're so fake." "What?" "My Alpha." "Don't call me that. You disgust me. I knew you're not my mate and Eden is not your child." "Alpha, I can explain." Cora was anxious, but she couldn't find any reason to explain what she'd done. "Liar. Fucking liar. It was Bess who did all the wrong things. She hurt Eden, betrayed you." "Shut up." Unable to control my furious emotions, I slapped her hard, forcing her to fall to the ground. At this moment, my palms burned with witchcraft, and I look at her in shock. It's hard to believe that the scars on her face were slowly disappearing. She immediately covered the disfigured half-face with her hands. My pupils dilated. Even her disfigurement was fake. I could conclude that it was another illusion she had made with her fucking witchcraft. But she blamed it all on Bess. She made me think that Bess was the evil woman who ruined her face, but it was all a deception. She framed Bess. Why didn't I realize until now that her face was intact? I wanted to kill her, even wanted to kill myself. "No, no, no." She came to me with her knees, clutching my boots, and pleaded, "I love you. My face is better these days. I just haven't tell you. But I loathe you." I grabbed her collar and lifted her off the ground. "Don't bother playing tricks. I won't believe any word you said. All the torture Bess has endured, you will go through it again and again. I'll make sure you're every day just like living in the hell. Make it up to her." Cora was scared, tears spurting out, but still refusing to admit that she was the vicious demon. I threw her entire body down the steps and ordered my subordinates. "Lock her up in the basement. Bind her hands and feet with chains. 3 days later, put the slave mark on every part of her face and body." "No, Alpha, please." Her cries and screams sounded extremely harsh to my ears, and I never wanted to see her again. 3 days later, sharp cries resounded throughout the Blood Moon Pack. All the maids knew that Cora had been locked in the basement, and today was the day she would be branded as a slave. The maids didn't dare to gossip about anyone because they were afraid that I would do something even crazier, as I was already close to madness these days. Even from a distance in the basement, I could hear her screams. My hands clenched, and I was extremely distressed when I thought that Bess hadn't screamed at all when she suffered the slave punishment. To her, I had not only hurt her body, but also torn her heart apart. Standing by the river, I kept recalling her every pained expression and desperate word. I locked my true mate in the basement and called her a bitch, a slut, tortured her, degraded her, then abandoned her. I was such an asshole. After I knew all the truth, the only thing I could do was take Eden to mourn Bess at the place where she died. If her soul still haunted in the misty forest, I begged her to hear my words of confession. I was nearly going crazy because of missing her. Regretting every word I said to her, but my self-loathing couldn't bring her back to me at all. There wasn't the slightest evidence in the Blood Moon Pack that she had ever existed. I destroyed her with my own hands. Bess, my love, my only beloved, was dead. I am a survivor. Suffering, despair, and helpless swallowed me before, but now this is my new chapter. Bess. They told me, I'm Bess. And this was the 3rd month for me living in the Maridao Pack. I still remembered, the moment I woke up at 2 months ago, a handsome man's face with black hair and blue eyes showing in my sight immediately. That day he smiled at me with a gentle tone. "Beauty, you are finally awake." Before I regained my full consciousness and asked him questions, he told me that his name was Alexander Pierce. He had met me before in the Blood Moon Pack, and he saved me in that pack's territory 3 months ago. Apparently, at the time, he had lurked into what he called the Blood Moon Pack's territory. About him, he was the alpha of the Maradox Pack, with the strongest body and fastest speed, as well as the hobby of tantalizing women. As for me, I was the only human within the Maradox Pack. Oh, no, according to his detailed description, to be precise, before I became a human being, I was a witch. I didn't understand what he means because I had absolutely no memories of the past. But his kindness has kept me in the Maradox Pack. Now, at the Maradox Pack. To welcome allies, the Maradox Pack was planning a big party today. Flowers and desserts had been laid out in the garden, and I was doing one last check. After all, this was an important friends meeting to Alexander, and I need to make sure everything was perfect. As I moved to position the flower pot, I heard some maid discussing me. I heard Bess had a slave scar on her face when Alpha saved her, but it completely disappeared now. She is indeed beautiful and willing to help us do the maid things. It would be nice if she became our Luna. It was not the first time I'd heard the maids wanted me to be their Luna. It seemed that everyone here expected me to marry Alexander, but I didn't have a past. I was an incomplete person. Just as my thoughts drifted away, Alexander appeared behind me and tapped my shoulder. Hope you're thinking about my handsome face. Still amused by his jokes, though he always liked to tease me. Shouldn't you be greeting your friends at this time? I asked, adjusting his collar. With a smile in his eyes, he stared at me. Before that, I want to see you first. How about you come with me to meet them? I shook my head. I don't know the alliance between you guys at all. It's better for me to stay here. As a person with no memory, this sense of loss often swept my brain. Although everyone here treated me well, I still felt uneasy sometime. Hey, he gently held my hand, catching the sense of loss in my eyes. I won't force you. I just hope you enjoy your time here, okay? The moment our eyes met, I couldn't help asking, but why? Why do you treat me so well? You said you met me in the Blood Moon Pack before. Are we friends? What is the Blood Moon Pack? The doubts in my heart have occupied my thoughts recently. Although I am very happy here, I want to know my past. Alexander touched my head. You can take me as your friend, but I like you. As for your past, I'll tell you whatever you want to know, but not now. As soon as he finished his words, his subordinate urged him to get into the carriage. An hour later, the banquet officially began. Boisterous voices and laughter filled with the Maradox Pack. I was lying on the edge of the fence on the second floor, my thoughts drifting away. They say I had a slave mark on my face before, but I had no impression of that at all. What was my past like? Why did my heart always feel empty? I noticed someone downstairs waving at me. It was Alexander. He held 2 glasses of red wine and gave me a bright smile. Can I buy you a drink? Yes, Alpha, you can. He always showed up whenever I felt alone, which gave me great comfort. Alexander came up to the second floor as well and handed me a glass of red wine. The alliance with the other 3 wolf packs has been made. The Blood Moon Pack can no longer threaten us. With some hesitation, I asked, Is the Blood Moon Pack bad? He gazed at me. 3 days later, you're coming with me to the Blood Moon Pack. The judgment of good or bad is up to you. Somehow, this time I didn't refuse. Although I was filled with apprehension, also I was somewhat inexplicably expectations. Time passed quickly, and finally it was the day to go to the Blood Moon Pack. Sitting in the carriage with Alexander, kept gazing outside. From the Maradox Pack to the Blood Moon Pack, through forest after forest, the sound of wheels pressing against rocks and water in the creek made my heart gradually uneasy. I didn't know why, but it seemed that the closer I got to the Blood Moon Pack, the more unstable I became. What was I afraid of? Alexander said, we came for peace, so I should take it easy. But, seriously, I was panicking. It was until the midnight that we finally arrived at the Blood Moon Pack. We were not greeted by the Alpha of the Blood Moon Pack, but by a group of guards. Apparently, the Alpha here didn't consider us important guests. And from the moment I took my first step into the Blood Moon Pack, everyone here looked at me with a strange look and whispered about me. It seemed like they all knew me before. Maybe it was because I was the only human here. They thought I was weird, and that's why they gossiped me. I guess. We were taken to our respective rooms, and the maids brought us food and water, but throughout all of this, that noble Alpha King did not appear. What a presumptuous man. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, I fell into insomnia. Suddenly, I wanted to go for a walk. If I stayed in this room all the time, I might suffocate. Maybe I just didn't like sleeping in the strange places. Soon, I walked into a forest full of foggy clouds. It was dark around me, and only the light of the moon shone into the forest. Gradually, the sound of other people's footsteps was heard nearby. I turned back. Then suddenly a strong scent of alcohol swept over me. A large, warm hand wrapped around my waist, making me crashing into a hot chest. "Bess, is that you?" A drunken man's voice came out. I was crushed by panic, immediately pushed him away, with anger. "Who are you?" "Oh my God, did I get caught by some asshole?" Immediately pushing the man away, who reeked of alcohol. With a tone of panic and anger, I asked, "Who are you?" "Don't touch me." By the light of the moon, an incomparably handsome face came into my eyes. His turquoise pupils, straight nose, and well-built body, which so easy to drive a woman crazy. However, he's an alcoholic, and I didn't want to get involved with an alcoholic in a wolf pack I absolutely knew nothing about. Never mind, my best choice was go away now. Without waiting for his answer, I turned to walk away, but he held me back again and gripped my wrist tightly, frowning. "I'm going crazy for missing you. You're not dead. Thank God." "Let go of me." I was shocked by his overbearing behavior. "You're crazy." But he didn't listen to me at all, and the next thing I knew, he held me tightly in his arms, chest to chest. His heavy breathing gently slapped against my neck, and I could even feel his heartbeat. My ears reddened, and I tried to struggle, but only made this hug tighter and tighter. What was wrong with him? "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hurt you. I shouldn't have disbelieved you." With a penitent tone, he said, "I must have used up all my good fortune to meet you again, and this time I won't let you leave me. Never." What? Right now, I just regarded him as a madman. I didn't understand a word he said. It was the first time I've seen him. "I've never seen you before. You've got the wrong person." I was still struggling and explained to him with a loud voice. Suddenly he shuddered, finally releasing me a little, but still gripping my shoulders. "You don't know me?" The consternation in his eyes caught my attention, but my tone was firm. "Sir, who are you?" Notice that he kept shaking, just because of my words. Why? Was I being too harsh? But I was just telling the truth. "You deliberately pretended you didn't know me? You wanted to punish me, didn't you?" His eyes were filled with amazement and a hint of fear. I was agitated by his inexplicable words. "I'm not playing with you, seriously. I don't know you at all. Can I go now?" "No, I won't let you leave me again." He suddenly became furious and his eyes filled with bloodshot. For a moment, I was frightened. And the next instant, Alexander's voice came out. "Alpha Marcus, forcing a woman was not gentlemanly at all." Alexander stepped out of the shadows and pulled me out of Marcus's arms, around my shoulders with his arm gently. I never expected to meet the Alpha King of the Blood Moon Pack in this way. "I am Alexander Pierce, the Alpha of the Maradox Pack. Move your hands off her." He didn't care who was standing next to me, and he really hated anyone else touching me. I avoided looking at Marcus. Who would have thought that this drunkard would actually be the Alpha King of the Blood Moon Pack? Thinking back to my tone to him, I shivered. Contrary to Marcus's angry mood, Alexander looked very relaxed and even smiled. "Bess is my mate. We'll get married sooner or later." Wait, when did I become Alexander's mate? Just as I was confused, Marcus roared, "Fucking words! Bullshit!" Then, he immediately turned into a huge black wolf. Alexander too. The two wolves rushed into the other side of this forest, making the endless howl. My pupils dilated as I stood still. All the little animals in the forest fled because of their fight, and the leaves kept swaying, looking so terrifying in the middle night. What did they do? A sudden fight just for me? What's wrong with them? I kept pacing nearby, my hands clasped together with anxiety and fear. As a normal human, I couldn't keep up with their speed. I just hoped Alexander wouldn't get injured. Time passed little by little. When I heard footsteps approaching, I immediately took a few steps forward and subconsciously said, "Alexander?" You want him back rather than me? Then an extremely cold voice sounded. It was Marcus. Blood on his face, and he was walking towards me step by step. I was filled with panic and kept backing away. Did you hurt him? Marcus smirked and stared at me. He's alive, but your words hurt me. Hard. Right now, I only had fear for him, but I worried about Alexander. I'm sorry, Alpha King, but I need to get to him. After finished, I tried to go the other way, but he just grabbed me around my waist aggressively and carried me over his shoulder suddenly. You're not allowed to go anywhere. He was extremely strong, and I absolutely could not to break free from him, so I had to beg him, please. If I offended you earlier, I give you my sincerest apologies and I am willing to be punished, but please let me go first to ensure Alexander's safety, please. Don't mention that name again. Marcus roared, and the strength in his hands became stronger. It seemed that my words stimulated him once again, and his steps became faster and faster, meeting some of subordinates and maids along the way, who all bowed their heads self-consciously when they see this scene. Soon, with a heavy door slamming, I was thrown on the bed by him. What came into my eyes was a magnificent bedroom. I instinctively shrank backwards and had a bad feeling. Alpha King, what do you want from me? He took off his cloak and stepped closer to me. As I retreated to the end in the bed, he pinched my chin and the tip of our noses touched. You want punishment? Then I'll give it to you. As soon as finished, he immediately tore my dress rudely. Ah! Out of fear and panic, I immediately shouted, but apparently to no avail. Right now, I was in the Blood Moon Pack in the Alpha Marcus's room. Who would dare come in without his permission? But he enjoyed my embarrassment. Did you sleep with him? Marcus nibbled my ear and whispered. What? My eyes widened. You are the Alpha King of the Blood Moon Pack, but not mine. What does my personal life have to do with you? That seemed to piss him off further. Say you want me. You're mine, then I'll satisfy you till you going crazy. Marcus was panting heavily, his sweat dripping on my chest as if he was also struggling to restrain his desire. Suddenly, his words bring a bit of sanity back to me. No. I closed my eyes, not daring to look at him, because I desperately wanted him inside of me, but I didn't want to in such a prideless way. After all, I didn't like him. Just his body drives me crazy. I didn't notice that the anger and lust in his eyes had gotten out of control, and he let go of my hand, but immediately spread my legs apart. I opened my eyes in shock, but I was too late to push him away. His hardness touched the softest part of me, and with just a little more force, he could break into me directly. But I cried out, "Please stop, I beg you. Say you want me, say it." His body was shaking to controlling his desire with extremely strong self-control. No, no. I yelled with tears. At the moment, I couldn't escape his punishment, but I hate his paranoia. Maybe it was because I was so panicked that I didn't even know what I was saying. I don't like you at all. Don't touch me. Why did you humiliate me in such a way? I hate you. My emotions were completely out of control. Word by word seemed like my words hurt him badly. Marcus was startled for a moment. Hearing my cries and words, he was not continuing what he gonna to do. You mean it? His indifferent tone was mixed with sadness. I stared at him, unable to control my tears, and was about to answer, but he interrupted me. Never mind. I don't want to know your answer. With that, he picked up my dress from the floor and threw it on me, put on his cloak, and ran out of here without any hesitation. He left me in his room. Watching his back as he left, I frowned. But why? Why did my heart feel so hollow again? The next day, when I woke up, I was still the only one in this room. Lying in bed, looking around, it looked like this place was as cold as its owner. Blinking slowly, last night's humiliation still clear in my mind, I just felt weak, but this was no time for self-pity. I had to find Alexander. With my tattered dress on, I found a jacket of Marcus to wear, just to avoid looking too slutty. And just before I opened the door, it was already open. Subconsciously, I stepped back, my eyes full of defensiveness. But the next thing that came into my sight was an adorable boy with curly brown hair, wearing a blue knight's uniform and silver boots. Did you sleep well, Mom? He looked up at me with a warm smile. Wait, what? Mom? Who was he calling? I looked around to make sure he was calling me before I asked, in a confused tone, Me? Yep. He smiled and nodded, crashing into my arms, but because he wasn't tall enough, he had to hug my thighs. Mommy, I missed you so much. You're finally home. What was going on? Did I miss something? Why I couldn't understand a word that this little boy said? He continued, Dad said you went far away and that maybe never come back, but I don't believe it. See, I was right. Wait a minute. I gently pulled him away and crouched down. Hey boy, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your mom. Call me Eden, Mom. And Dad said you should have been angry and disappointed before you left, so I understand you not admitting it now. He looked at me innocently. What was I supposed to say? What has that paranoid and overbearing alpha king taught this kid? Just as I was pondering how I was going to explain this whole thing, he suddenly hugged me, patted me on my back, and said tenderly, Don't be afraid, Mommy. You're home. Daddy and I will protect you. I was stunned. Eden was so warm and kind that I was reluctant to push him away. But this warm and kind boy was not my child. Reality soon hit my mind. This was not my home, and that paranoid alpha was even less likely to be my husband. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't belong here, and I don't know you, I said calmly, taking a look out through the window. I couldn't waste any more time. Finding Alexander was the most important thing. Originally, this visit to the Blood Moon Pack was to make a peace, but I didn't expect such a bad thing would happen, and it was because of me. Noticing that I was looking out of window, Eden immediately suggested, How about I take you for a walk? You'll love Misty Forest. Misty Forest? That forest. This must be the forest where Alexander and Marcus fought. That's where Alexander disappeared. That would be nice, thank you. I smiled at him, also felt a little uneasy. After all, I was afraid of the boy's father. Following Eden out of the room, no one dared to stop him despite there were guards at the door. I profoundly realized how much respect this child had in the Blood Moon Pack. Along the way, I was still being gossiped by the maids, vaguely overhearing them discussing my face. Thinking about Marcus's behavior towards me last night and what Eden had just said, was it true that I was related to the Blood Moon Pack? Mommy, the front is where Dad and I used to visit you. Eden's words bring back my drifting thoughts. Now we were in the misty forest. Once we reached the forest, I looked around, paying extra attention to Alexander's tracks, but found nothing so far. Eden pointed to a patch of land and continued, Dad said this is where you disappeared, so we used to come here to talk to you. I was surprised by his words. Maybe that cocky alpha did have a woman he loved deeply, but that person could never be me. The Maradaw Pack had mentioned that there was a slave mark on my face when I was saved by Alexander, but when I regained my consciousness, that mark disappeared. Thus, I was just a lowly slave before, so how could I be related to the noble alpha? Although I was curious about my past and wanted to find it back, I wouldn't bother thinking about, I had a past with the alpha or other noble person. Such an impossible thing. Come this way, Mommy. There will be flowers. Eden pulls me on, but I pull him back. I had to go find Alexander, but I couldn't just leave him here. I said, Good boy, I lost something on the way. I'll go back and look for it. You stay here, and I'll come get you in a little while, okay? Eden looked at me and was silent for a moment before answering. Okay, I'll do what Mommy says. Touching his head, I immediately went to the direction I remembered. Although I knew that Alexander was strong, maybe I didn't need to worry about him. But Marcus was stronger. I could feel it. However, just after I walked some distance away, there was a roar of a beast from where Eden was. I stopped, could not help but frown. Just for a moment, I immediately ran in the direction of Eden. I even didn't know why I chose to protect that child without any hesitation. I just followed my heart. When I rushed to Eden's side, he was surrounded by 3 lions. Why did the lions suddenly appear? I had just left, then Beast came to attack him. What a coincidence. I put my arms around him. Don't be afraid. I'll attract their attention, and you take the opportunity to run. I want to be with you. Eden clutched my hand tightly, his eyes full of fear but firmness. If I left you behind me, what if you disappear again? Somehow, when I looked at him, there was always a warmth in my heart. Growl. The next moment, the roar sounded one after another, resounding through the entire forest. The 3 lions opened their mouths, revealing their sharp, bloody teeth, and approached us step by step. I tried to stay calm and watched my surroundings, finally found a small cave that beasts could not enter. I whispered to Eden, "See that small cave? When I count to 3, we're gonna run to there." Eden nodded. I could feel the sweat in his hands. He must be terrified. 1, 2. Oh my God. Before I could count to 3, one of lion already rushed to us. Immediately, I pushed Eden away. That hungry lion was about to bite me. Suddenly, a pair of powerful hands around my waist, and I was pulled aside by that force. In the next instant, there was a huge black wolf fought with these 3 lions. "Dad," Eden called the black wolf. It was Marcus. Marcus was being attacked by 3 lions in turn. He didn't have the slightest advantage in this fight, but he was the strongest one. The brave and powerful black wolf growled and fought as if he was a hero. Eventually, 3 lions were torn apart by him, and the smell of blood spread through the forest. Marcus was wounded as well, but he came to ask Eden and me first. "Are you 2 okay?" "I'm fine." Eden patted his chest to show his bravery. I noticed Marcus's hand was bleeding and was about to speak, but he started, "You said you don't know me. You don't know anyone here, but why were you protecting Eden?" He frowned, as if he was still angry at what I had said last night. He took a step closer to me. "Or are you just pretending you don't know me? You're getting back at me, right?" Here we go again. He always said something I couldn't understand at all. "Forget it," I said truthfully. "I don't want to see any of child get injured, because I have a daughter." Marcus's pretty turquoise pupils dilated. Shocked. "You have a daughter? Who's her father?" "Don't tell me you slept with another man. I swear I'll kill that man." Marcus grabbed my arm and growled. Instead, Eden was very happy. "Wow, I have a sister." Polarized response. 1 hour later. Since Eden was overjoyed that I had a daughter, which made Marcus feel very unhappy, he directly asked a maid to send him back and then carried me to his room. Thinking of what had happened the last time he carried me to his room, I was mentally prepared to fight him to the end this time. However, at this moment, there was dead silence in this room. He was standing while I was sitting, without any word between us. He just gazed at me with a serious look. The atmosphere in the room was extremely awkward that even the wind didn't dare to break in at will. Finally, after half an hour of silence, I plucked up my courage. "If you have anything you want to ask, just say it." Being stared at by him for half an hour made me felt like a punishment, because his aura was too strong. I was being invisibly suppressed. "Since when did you have a daughter? Who did you sleep with?" Marcus said coldly and stared at me even without a blinking, as if a fire was already burning in his throat, and if I said one more wrong word, I could ignite it. But I could imagine what would happen if I played tricks with him. So I chose to tell the truth. "It's Alexander's daughter, Seriously, how can you sleep with him?" He cut me off straight away with no intention of hearing my next words. His anger was ignited by me, and he grabbed my shoulder right over, pressed me against the wall. "You're hurting me." My back hit the wall and I frowned. With a domineering tone as if he wanted to eat me alive, "Did you feel hurt when you sleep with him?" "What? What's wrong with him?" He even didn't give me a chance to finish my words before he got angry at me. Alexander had a daughter who was born to him and his dead wife. Because he had been so good to me and I wanted to repay him, I treated his daughter as my own. Why did Marcus always ask me if I slept with Alexander or not? And even if I did sleep with Alexander, what did that have to do with him? What's more, I didn't. "Let me go." I tried to struggle out of his arms. "You're the noble Alpha King. You can have all you want, but why do you always angry at me? What did I do wrong?" "Yes, I can get everything I want, and I want you now." Desire burned in his eyes, and the next thing I knew, he's kissing me fiercely on my lips. He bit me lip until it's bleeding, taking my breath away. Jesus, what should I have to do to get away from this dangerous man? He carried a deadly attraction that could drive a woman crazy at any moment. But I tried to restrain myself. I had to find Alexander. I couldn't let my benefactor die here. "Please tell me, did you kill Alexander?" With a weak voice under his invasion of my body, I asked. Suddenly, his violent movements stopped. I finally got a respite. I could feel Marcus's hand on me trembling slightly as he released me and stepped back. Weakened without his support, I immediately fell to the floor. Looking up at him, all that appeared in my eyes was his hurt look. You still think of him, even at a time like this. His tone wasn't angry anymore, but disappointment. Why did he look so sad? I gazed at him, my hair already messy, but I didn't have the mind to tidy it up. He laughed bitterly. It's my fault. I didn't choose to trust you before instead of hurting you. Now, it's my retribution. What was he talking about? I frowned and tried to stand up, but I didn't have any strength due to the strong pain between my legs. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, Alexander didn't die. He escaped from that fight. My first reaction to Marcus's words was that as long as Alexander was alive, then everything will be okay. But gradually there was some disappointment in my heart. He seemed to see how I was feeling and continued, He left you here. He doesn't care about you at all. See, even though he escaped, he didn't come back for you, not even once. And you, on the other hand, think of him all the time. With a hint of skepticism, I said, Don't try to provoke my relationship with Alexander. I won't trust you. He smirked. Whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. And I won't let you leave the Blood Moon Pack. Never. Why? Seriously, what do you want from me? I leaned against the wall and cringed back, my eyes filled with fear. He gazed at me and stood up with a disgruntled tone. Don't worry, you resisted me twice. I'm tired of your fucking body. Then let me go, please. I just want to get out of this strange place. No way. His eyes filled of danger. Even if I get tired of your body, you can only be my toy girl forever. Get it? Since that day, I was trapped into the Blood Moon Pack. I could walk around freely here, but I couldn't escape. That means Marcus has imprisoned me here, and Alexander has no intention of coming back for me. I didn't want to believe that I had been abandoned by Alexander. He was the one who brought me to the Blood Moon Pack, and out of friendship, he would come back for me. That's what I kept telling myself those days. But 10 days had passed. I did not see Alexander, only Marcus and Eden frequenting showing in my sight. Each time Marcus gazed at me with a complicated look, however, Eden always gave me a warm smile. I wondered why these two people who were related by blood were so different in personality. Again, another boring day. At midnight, I fell into insomnia, walking in the Blood Moon Pack. Surrounded by silence, my steps slowed. Looking around, it was obvious that this place was unfamiliar to me, but I could always find the exit and entrance to every road. That was so weird. The last light in the dwellings of the subordinates and the maids went out, the only light being the moon and the stars. The night breeze blew in from the misty forest, keeping me more awake. Without notice, I stopped in front of a hidden basement door. No one was around, and the basement door was unlocked. A woman's low moan could be heard faintly. Curiosity drove me to take a step forward into the basement. Hello? My voice echoed through the place, making an atmosphere of terror. The light became dim, and gradually, I felt the strong smell of damp and blood, couldn't help but frown. The woman's moans were becoming clearer. Who was locked up here? No answer came out, but there was the sound of water dripping. After walking down the darkened walkway, what I saw were a rusty iron fence and a blonde woman locked inside it. The woman's arms and legs were chained and shackled, her entire body forced to stand. The chain was her only support. Messy, wet blonde hair covered her face, her head bowed down, her body covered in wounds from the lashes beating, bleeding. I frowned. Somehow, I wanted to lean closer. Are you okay? Being tortured like this, what unforgivable sin had this woman committed? The woman's body trembled violently after my voice came out. In the next instant, she lifted her head up with difficulty, but quickly. Shock filled my eyes as our gazes met. This woman looked exactly like me. The only difference was that her face was frighteningly covered with slave marks. Who was she? Her terrible face prevented me from speaking for a moment, and I frowned at her blankly. If all these slave marks were removed, she would be another me. Bess, why are you still alive? Why? She screamed at me in a hoarse voice, full of rage. Chains and shackles rattled, such an ear-splitting sound. Why did she know my name? Hearing what she said, as if she wished I had died at some moment in the past, but why? I looked her up and down, and it was obvious we knew each other. Noticing the sight of me, she seemed to misunderstand that I was laughing at her. She tried to free herself from the chains and shackles, but to no avail. Damn bitch, you lied to me by fake death. Fake death? What was she talking about? Did Alexander save me from her before? I just looked at her, and she seemed to have a lot of nasty words to vent on me. You must have come to mock me, but you have no right. You're also marked the slave mark by him. You've been abandoned by him too. You even died in my hands. No one loves you. Why are you still alive? She must really hate me. Everyone wants you dead. Why don't you die? You're cowardly, incompetent. All you do is give in and compromise. I don't know what ruse you used to get back to Marcus, but I'm going to get out of here one day, and when I do, it's going to be you who gets locked in here. I'll rip out your insides and feed them to dogs, and guess what? No one will ever talk about you, ever again. You are nothing. Furiously abusing me, she didn't even care that her gaping wound was bleeding. Humiliated, scolded. After she vented, she cried. You know me? With a low voice, I hoped I could get an answer. But after I asked this question, she immediately stunned, looking at me with shocked eyes for a while. Then she laughed very loud. You don't remember anything, do you? Ha ha ha, she shouted. Although I was locked here, in the end I won. You are an empty, shallow hell of a woman who has no brain, no memory, and no heart. Ha ha ha. You think you are beautiful. You think you got Marcus back, but guess what? You beggar will never be loved by any man. I didn't break in intentionally, and you don't need to abuse me with these dirty words, because I don't know you, and I also don't mind what words said by a stranger to me. But it seems that you have something to do with my past. With a calm face, I actually didn't mind her words. If she knew my past, I hope she'd tell me. Also, why did we have the exactly same face? She sneered, and just as she was about to talk, the entrance of the basement lit up with fire. She seemed to be so frightened, her eyes dilated. It was a maid who came in with a whip and torch. The moment the maid saw me, some panic flashed in her eyes. But just 1 second, the maid regained her composure. Miss Bess, this is a place where prisoners are held. You shouldn't be here. I looked at the whip in her hand. Perhaps this maid was here to routinely torture this woman. I said, I'm sorry. I accidentally saw the door open, so I came in. Let me walk you back to your room. The maid's tone was respectful, but it was as if she was urging me to leave here quickly. As I left, I turned to look at the woman one more time, but she had lowered her head. Soon, the maid and I left the basement. As the firelight reflected my shadow on the ground, I frowned slightly and asked, Who is she? Why does she look the same as me? The maid's look faltered, and she hesitated for a moment before answering me. Miss Bess is mistaken. That ugly woman doesn't look like you. She's just a vicious lunatic. The maid was lying to me. I could feel it. But why? Is there anything I couldn't know? My lost memories must have something to do with the Blood Moon Pack. I was so sure. I thought there was no way that I, who had a slave mark on my face, could be connected to the noble Alpha Marcus, but after hearing what the woman in the basement had said, I had to question my initial thoughts. With intense curiosity, I had to find out what my past had to do with the Blood Moon Pack, with Marcus, and with the woman in the basement. So I rushed to the Marcus's room. I clearly thought of all the questions I would ask him on the way there, but the second I stood in the doorway of his room, what crashed into my eyes was the sight of him kissing a woman. At this point, it was like someone had hit my head hard, and all the questions I wanted to ask were thrown away by me. I was only focused on his intimate actions with another woman. I couldn't control the anger and jealousy that arose within me. Why? Why did I have this kind of emotion? The wind rattled the curtains of his room, drawing his attention. The moment Marcus looked out the door side, our eyes meet. It was obvious he saw me, but at the moment he kissed the beauty in his arms even harder. With a smile in his eyes, he gazed at me, but completely ignored my feelings. Really impressive me. My hands clasped together and bit my lip. He was still looking me, but he was touching and kissing another woman. Was this one of his punishments for me? Damn it. Why did I care what he does? It was none of my business. I turned and ran, trying to calm my complicated emotions. But I failed again and again. I didn't want to think about him. I wanted to drive him out of my mind. But the truth was, the 2 times he forcibly violated my body kept being on repeat in my mind. His scent, his temperature, and his every movement. I remembered it all vividly. I hated his arrogance and cockiness, but lusted for his body, as if I had more emotions other than disgust for him. That was why I was angry and jealous at the moment. Rushing into the misty forest, I leaned against a tree and closed my eyes, adjusting my heavy breathing. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from a short distance away, and I subconsciously hid behind a bush. Dozens of men dressed in red were sneaking into the misty forest. They were carrying bows and arrows, seemed ready to shoot others of the Blood Moon Pack at any time. It was obvious that they were not from the Blood Moon Pack. Because I've seen Marcus's subordinates, the Blood Moon Pack's guards only wear black clothes. Moreover, these red-clothed people's behavior was too suspicious. They looked around and placed a red bag in every direction. Just as I was trying to see what was in the bag, suddenly, a sharp sword was placed on my shoulder. I shuddered and immediately held my breath, not daring to look back. A group of unidentified people caught me. Holy crap. Time was passing. The smell of flames woke me up from coma. I shook my head unconsciously, but soon realized I was tied to a chair. A black cloth covered my eyes. Oh my God, had I been kidnapped? By who? The last thing I remember was running into a group with red clothes, but I didn't know them at all. So why did they kidnap me? I struggled in my chair, and then a pain came over my face. Pah! Suddenly, I was slapped in my face. Who are you? With a tone of anger and fear, I said, I don't even know you. A man's voice came out. We're waiting for someone. If he comes, you won't die. What? What did they mean? Who did they have to wait for? If the person they were waiting for didn't come, then I would be dead. Isn't they mean it? Why me? I asked in a panic. I have no money, no power, no one will come for me. Please let me go. Please. I really didn't know what their purpose was at all, but no one listened to me. They still tied me and didn't give me water or food. I didn't know how long the time has passed, but just as I was about to lose consciousness due to lack of water, there was a sudden sound of fighting behind me. The howl of a wolf resounded through this place, and a little hope flared in my heart. Was it Marcus? The sound of swords clashing was heard, and the flames burning louder and louder, but it was eventually drowned out under the wolf's roar. Bess! I heard a voice mixed with concern and anxiety. It was Marcus. Warm hands embraced me, removing the black cloth that covered my eyes and untying the ropes that bound me. The sight of Marcus's face became clearer. It's all my fault. I'm too late. Do you hurt? His warm tone suddenly moved me. It turned out that when I was in danger, he was the one who would be the first to come to my side. Due to the prolonged lack of water, my weak consciousness didn't sustain me to answer his question. I fainted in his arms. 3 days later, in the Blood Moon Pack. When I woke up, it was raining heavily outside. The smell in the room was somewhat familiar to me. Slowly opening my eyes, the maid's quiet and busy figure appeared in my line of sight. This was Marcus's room. And maid was watering the flowers in this room and wiping all the tables and chairs. I moved my body slightly and sat up in bed with a weak voice. Where is Marcus? I was under the impression that he was the one who rushed to my rescue, and I thought he would be the first person I would see at the moment as well. But he was not. Marcus's figure did not show in this room. Hearing my voice, the maid immediately smiled and said respectfully, Miss Bess, you're finally awake. Alpha King was worried about you all these days. I looked around and confirmed once again that Marcus was not here. It was hard to avoid feeling a little sad. Seemingly seeing a hint of disappointment in my eyes, the maid said, Alpha King has been guarding you yesterday, but it seems like there was some important things to deal with today. After hearing from the tribal doctor said that you're out of danger, then he left. Still, I was a little sad in my heart. Very strange emotions were spreading through me. Right now, the person I wanted to see the most was him. But why, I couldn't tell. The maid said, Alpha has instructed us to take good care of you, and while he is away, Miss Bess, you will be in charge of everything. Let me take charge of everything? Marcus seemed to have given me the Luna-like rights in his pack. Suddenly, I was a little bit panicked. Immediately, something else occurred to me, and I frowned. I need to see Marcus right away. About that day, I saw something that he needs to know. On the day I was kidnapped by those red-clothed men, I saw them put some pouches in the misty forest. I didn't know what was in the pouches, but he had to know this and take precautions just in case. Is it about the misty forest? The maid handed me a glass of water. If it's the matter of the little pouches showing up in the misty forest, then Alpha has been resolved. Miss Bess, you should take a good rest. Are the Blood Moon pack in danger? Somehow I was suddenly worried about his pack. No, to be precise, I was worried about Marcus and Eden. Before I came here, I was filled with uneasy. After meeting Marcus, I had thought that I had only fear and loathing for him, but that didn't seem to be the case now. I could clearly see in his eyes how much he cared for me, how sad he was after I rejected him. He was even the one who had saved me. Arrogant, cocky, overbearing. I thought he was like that before. But the truth was that he was a tender person. After I asked the question, the maid just shook her head. A few months ago, our pack has been losing allies, and if another group tries to attack us at this time, we might not win. Nothing to worry about. Dad is the strongest and most powerful alpha in the world. The next instant, Eden's voice came out, holding a sword. Your Majesty. The maid nodded at him and moved to the side. I felt better at the moment I saw Eden and beckoned to him. Come here. He ran to me with a smile and gave me a hug. Mommy, I can protect you. I have the sword Dad gave me. So he was here to protect me. What a warm boy. You're so sweet. Thank you, good boy. I softly touched his head, and he lay on my lap and suddenly said, Mommy, Dad used to touch my head like this in the days when you disappeared. My hands trembled slightly, at this moment, not really wanting to correct him for calling me Mommy all the time. Eden continues, I've never seen Daddy so grief. During that time, he didn't talk to anyone but me. He kept locking himself in his study room during the day and going to the misty forest at night to drink. I've even seen Dad cry because he misses you too much. I shuddered a little at his words. Marcus really did love that woman. But could that woman who made Marcus nearly crazy really be me? At first, I didn't want anything to do with him, but now, I actually expected my past to be related to him. What the hell was wrong with me? Mummy, maybe Dad did something wrong before, but he was cheated. Eden looked into my eyes very seriously. We were all deceived. I couldn't help but frown and asked, Who deceived you? The first person that came to my mind when I asked that question was the woman locked in the basement. I didn't know why I associate it with her, but I just had this hunch. Eden, however, was silent. I hadn't been with the Blood Moon pack for long, but I could clearly sense that there were many secrets hidden. Everyone had secrets. Just as my thoughts were drifting away, a subordinate reported, Miss Bess, Lady Adalia is here to visit. Who is Lady Adalia? I was vaguely familiar with the name. The subordinate and the maid looked at each other and bowed their heads and replied, It is the master of the Cooper family, nothing, just a distinguished lady. The maid added, If Miss Bess is inconvenient, we can find an excuse to decline. No, she's a guest. With my firm attitude, I said that, even though I didn't know who she was, much less what she wanted. But Marcus temporarily handed the Blood Moon pack to me. Then I had to take responsibility. I'm going to meet her now. Strangely enough, the subordinate and maid looked panicked after I said that. But they didn't dare to contradict my decision. Take care of Eden, gave some words to the maid, and I followed the subordinate to the conference hall. The Cooper family, also somewhat familiar. But I still couldn't remember anything. It wasn't a long walk to the conference hall, and a kind of feeling of nervousness wrapped me. I didn't understand how I should handle this kind of pack and family thing, but a strong sense told me I had to do something for Marcus. However, by the time I went to the entrance of the conference hall, Lady Adalia was already being received by a woman. It was the woman who had kissed Marcus that night. My pupils dilated in disbelief, and I immediately took a step back, hiding behind the pillar in the doorway. Breathing progressively heavier, I gave the subordinate a gesture to leave first and remain hidden here. Why was this woman there too? And she was sitting in a spot that belonged to Marcus. Did that mean she's in a position to adequately represent Marcus? Meanwhile, the scene of Marcus kissing her and touching her that night was once again clearly showing in my mind. My hands clasped together. Anger and jealousy arose in me. I listened to the conversation between the two women in the conference hall. An older, noble-looking lady spoke with displeasure. "Who are you, young girl?" "I only talked to Alpha Marcus." I could only see the side of her face, but this must be the Lady Adalia from the Cooper family. There was a chuckle, and the woman replied with a disdainful tone. "I am Flora Nelson, the daughter of the Nelson family. It's strange that Lady Adalia doesn't know me. We're about to become the most powerful witch family. It's better for the Cooper family to get to clearly." It was obviously that Flora has no respect for Lady Adalia. However, I could tell from her words that her identity was indeed honorable. My heart was gradually shrouded in loss. I couldn't help but think of Marcus's noble status. His mate must be noble as well. The conversation between these two women continued. Flora stood up and slowly walked over to Lady Adalia with contempt. "The Cooper family has been abandoned by the Blood Moon Pack, and now that Alpha Marcus's chosen alliance is us, the Nelson family, you shouldn't be here anymore." At her words, Lady Adalia's body trembled slightly, showing in my eyes. My emotions dampened as I saw the older lady being silenced. Then, Lady Adalia spoke through gritted teeth. "The Nelson family can't help the Blood Moon Pack any. You are just simply seeking Marcus's protection. He needs to know that. So, Honorable Lady Adalia, you've come today to discredit my family, have you?" Flora's look suddenly became serious. "The era of the Cooper family has passed, and if you want to find something to blame, blame your two useless daughters. Don't you dare mention them." Lady Adalia was finally furious. But Flora was still smiling. "Bess and Cora, right?" The moment I heard my name, I shuddered violently. Flora continued. "Bess is dead, Cora is in captivity, and it's obvious Marcus hates all of you." Lady Adalia clenched her fists. She was obviously aware of Marcus's attitude towards the Cooper family, but she came here anyway. It was as if she had, through her honorable status, "Let me talk to Marcus. There are enemies who covet the Blood Moon Pack and the Cooper family. The best way to fight the foreign enemy is to realign." "None of my business," Flora retorted, paying no attention to Lady Adalia's words. "After all, it's not the Nelson family that's in danger. Please leave now." Under Flora's oppression, Lady Adalia had no choice but to leave. As soon as I saw her walking out, I subconsciously ran a few steps to the side to hide myself. I stayed out of Lady Adalia's way, but caught Flora's attention. "How long are you going to eavesdrop?" Obviously, that's what Flora said to me. I took a deep breath, then walked towards her. "I heard your name is Bess, too. What an unlucky name." She looked me up and down with an unkind gaze. I had no fondness for her at all, and looked at her firmly. "If what Lady Adalia just said is true, then the Blood Moon Pack is in danger and should be realigned." "Who the hell do you think you are?" She was suddenly angry. "I don't need you to tell me what to do. You're just a nobody, and I'm the miss of the Nelson family, the Alpha Marcus's woman, the one who will marry Marcus." I was a little sore at her words. She was right. She's the noble person who could match for Marcus's position. I was nothing. But a strong gut feeling told me that Lady Adalia wasn't lying, and that both the Cooper family and the Blood Moon Pack are in danger. So they needed each other. Yes, it is true that I am a nobody, but I care about the Blood Moon Pack. Shut your mouth." She cut me off, shouted at me, "Get out. I don't know why Alpha let you stay here, but I said, you, get out now." "You're the one who should get out." In the next instant, Marcus's voice filled with dominance and anger came out. I immediately looked in the direction where the voice came from, and the second I saw him walking towards me, I couldn't help but smile. He was wearing a black cloak and holding a carved sword, like a hero. Like my hero. At this instant, Flora panicked and ran to him. "Alpha, this stupid woman dared to provoke me. Kneel down to her." Marcus stood beside me, looking at Flora coldly, pointing the sword at her. Flora was completely stunned, her tone filled with incredulity. "We're allies." "Not anymore." Marcus's tone was extremely firm, and his eyes were filled with anger. "From the moment you humiliated Bess, the alliance between the Nelson family and the Blood Moon Pack ended." I was totally surprised by Marcus's words. He had dissolved his alliance with the Nelson family just in order to preserve my dignity. At this moment, my mood was extremely complicated. Why? Why did he treat me so well? His eyes were so determined, as if he could abandon not just an alliance at the moment, but the entire world, just to protect me. "Kneel. Down." Marcus repeated to Flora once more, word for word. Right now, Flora's body continued to tremble violently with rage, which undoubtedly trampled her self-esteem and pride. She gritted her teeth. Alpha, have you forgotten about that night? I bowed my head slightly. The night, she said, must have been the night I witnessed. They slept together. Of course I remember. Marcus's voice was still cold. I kissed you, that's all. At his words, my heart, which had been tense, suddenly relaxed. He continued, Nothing happened. I never said you are my woman. Don't be so dramatic. He didn't sleep with Flora, so I misunderstood. I stared at him, and perhaps he was my poison. It's not even 10 days since I met him, but I've already fallen into his world and couldn't get out. What? Flora's eyes were incredulous. So you kissed me just for our alliance? I never cared for alliances. Marcus's sword got closer to her. The only reason I kissed you was because I was hurt by my woman's words. What he meant, I knew exactly. Earlier, my words were indeed hurt him. Right now, it was like Flora was in a huge shock, but she wanted to live. With reluctance, she knelt down towards me. Never provoke her again. Marcus looked down at her, the authority in his tone unquestionable. Once again, what is sent back to the Nelson family will be your dead body. Kneeling, Flora clenched her teeth. You're going to regret this. After saying this, Marcus's subordinates dragged Flora out. Probably they sent her straight back to the Nelson family, I guessed. The conference hall suddenly quieted down, just Marcus and me here, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. I had been thinking about him for the past few hours, but now he was in front of me. I didn't know what to say. Marcus gazed at me for a moment and just told me, You're weak. Take a good rest. Then he turned and left, leaving me with only his back. Marcus, I consciously called out his name, but it was small enough that only I could hear it. He was angry. I was so sure that he was mad at me. Maybe he just needed me to say some warm words to him, but I couldn't. Although his moods and movements would affect mine, I still couldn't clearly tell my feelings for him. Couldn't remember my past, but I was always bound by that past. I knew, in the next few days, Marcus alienated me more and more. He has returned to the Blood Moon Pack, but he has not visited me once. He just left me in his room. But I, as if thirsty for the antidote, wanted to see him. Maybe there was still silence between us after we met, but I didn't like the feeling of being alone. This made me so uneasy. Several times I wanted to go to him, but I heard from the maid that he was very busy recently because of the Nelson family, and he hardly had time to sleep. So I just stayed quiet. When people stayed quiet, the thoughts would become complicated. This was true. This day, the maid came to Marcus' room to get things, and I immediately seized the opportunity to ask her, Does Marcus need anything? The maid replied respectfully, Alpha said there is a tea bag. I'll find it and send it to him. I immediately interrupted the maid's words. I'll make good tea and send it to him. Just don't tell him yet. If he knew, he would definitely want to avoid me. The maid looked at me in surprise, then smiled after a while. She promised that she would not tell Marcus and then left. It seemed that all the maids and subordinates had seen that I wanted to see Marcus, but only him, as if completely unaware. When I found the tea bag and made the tea, it was already dark. The Blood Moon Pack became so quiet. I took a deep breath and held the tea to his study room. Passing by the retro corridor, the light of the moon reflected my shadow on the ground, and I slightly knocked on the study door. No response. Marcus? I tentatively called his name, and after waiting for a while, I still didn't receive any reply. Pushed the door lightly, then the carved door opened. He did not lock the door. After stepping into the study, what I saw was him sleeping on the desk, books and envelopes scattered his side. Only an orange light hung beside the desk, shaking. He fell asleep completely. I put down the teacup and approached him slowly, fearing to wake him up. This was the first time I saw this haughty alpha sleeping, what's more, on the desk. I suddenly thought this scene was so cute, and he was so cute as well. Squatting down in front of him, I stared at him and couldn't help but smile. He was so pretty when he slept. His face was defined with a sharp jawline, slightly tanned skin, perfect features. His long, thick eyelashes beating slightly under the orange light. Oh gosh, he has an incomparable handsomeness. Then my eyes moved to his lips. The scene of him kissing me clearly resurfaced in my mind again. I couldn't help but want to touch his lips, but my mind told me don't. Closing my eyes and taking a deep breath. Bess, come on, you will meet more handsome guys, I whispered to myself. However, the moment I calmed down and opened my eyes, my sight was caught by a pair of turquoise eyes. Now, Marcus stared at me, straightly. Jesus. He woke up, and he caught my sight with his charming, deep turquoise eyes. I swallowed, did not dare to move or even breathe. Embarrassment swept over my thoughts. Damn it, what was I supposed to say now? Would he think of me as a pervert under these circumstances? I even didn't dare to blink, while he kept staring at me, not moving a little bit of his sight. It seemed that his gaze was an endless poison, corrupting me until I could no longer pull away from his trap. Dangerous, yet desirable. I had to admit, he caught some kind of my feelings deeply in my heart, but I couldn't tell. I licked my lips and tried to stand up with embarrassment. I just came to bring you a cup of tea. I should go. However, my knees suddenly felt weak, and just as I was about to stand up, my body tilted uncontrollably towards Marcus. And it's not my illusion at this moment. His breathing became heavy, immediately stood up and grabbed my arm, preventing me from falling. Marcus leaned even closer. I slowly placed my palms gently on his chest for balance. Thanks. Thank you. I avoided his gaze with a lowered voice and moved my body slightly, trying to pull away from him. But he gripped me tighter. You were staring at me just now, while I was sleeping. At his words, my face flushed. So regret. Why was I staring at him? And with a sneaky way. It did seem like I was a freak. But it didn't matter what he thought about me at the moment. I just wanted to run away and calm myself down. Feeling the warmth of his hand and his breathing sound, I was going to suffocate. God, why did this man exude a deadly attraction all over his body? No, I'm not. I chose not to admit it. I wasn't staring at you. I should go to check on Eden. Good night. Tried to find an excuse to leave, but he wouldn't allow it. In the next second, Marcus pulled me into his chest, almost slammed into his hard muscles. He looked calm and sat down, and because of his strength, I had to sit down too. But right now I was sitting on his lap. You misunderstand me. I didn't mean this. For some reason, I craved his body but feared he would regard me as a slut. Marcus turned his gaze to the cup of tea on the table with a nostalgia tone. There was a woman who used to bring me tea and stay with me all night in the study. He mentioned the past. Unfortunately, I didn't have any past. He continued. Her every look, every smile, every gesture, and every word she said were clearly showing in my memory sometimes. I missed that old days. My emotions gradually became lost, and I wondered if the woman he was talking about was me or not. I greedily wanted to be that woman. For the first time, I was so eager to retrieve the memories of my past. Lowered my head, my tone was a little heavy. That woman is very important to you, isn't she? With the sound of insects chirping outside the window, the house was suddenly quiet. He didn't answer my question, but tenderly touched my neck with his hot hand. Under his teasing, I couldn't help but moan. Marcus got closer and closer to me, his breath puffing against my face from time to time, and the temperature between us seemed to rise. Consciously closed my eyes, and the next second I heard was his soft voice. Can I kiss you? Once again, I blushed. Why did he ask me that question? Honestly, I didn't know how to answer. I was silent for a long time because of my complicated emotions and many considerations. And when I opened my eyes, what showing in my sight was his disappointed look. I couldn't help but frown and was about to give him an affirmative answer, but he pushed me away in the next second. I stumbled back a few steps, and he stood up, looking at me with indifference. You don't like me, also hate me to touch you. What? Looks like he was still mad at me for what I said earlier. Marcus continued, You don't have to answer my question. I already know the answer. You're free to go. With that, he turned his back to me. I frowned and stared at him as he finished what he wanted to say just to preserve his pride, but didn't give me a chance to express what I felt. Never mind, maybe he didn't care about my words at all. With this negative thought in mind, I left the study without looked back. After that night, for several days, I didn't have chance to see Marcus. Facts have proved that it is easy for a noble person like him to avoid me. During this days in the Blood Moon Pack, my mood was extremely unstable. However, I obviously felt that I was bonded to this place. My past, my memories, all seem to be buried here deeply. I just need to find a way to dig through. Sitting by the window, looking at the clear sky, my thoughts gradually drifted away until a maid's voice reached my ears. Miss Bess, today is the routine day for hunting, and Alpha has instructed me to take you to the hunting grounds to watch the battle. When I heard that, I subconsciously thought about Marcus. I could finally meet him with a legitimate reason. Perhaps there were some emotions in my heart I should tell him clearly, because I really didn't like the feeling of being coldly ignored by him. As I made up my mind to step inside the carriage, Eden suddenly ran to me. "Mommy, I'm going with you. You need to see my archery skills." Several maids came running after Eden, as if Marcus hadn't allowed him to go. After all, the hunting ground was too dangerous for him. However, I didn't want to disappoint Eden, touching his head, and let the groom set off immediately, leaving those maids behind. I smiled at him. "I'll sneak you there, but you can't be naughty, okay?" Eden nodded and rubbed in my arms with a petulant tone. "I like Mommy best." However, in the next instant, the sound of horses neighing came out suddenly, and the carriage stopped abruptly. "Miss Bess, take the little king and run." All I could hear was the groom shouting loudly outside the carriage, followed by a scream. What was happening? The carriage suddenly stopped after a violent shaking. There were screams of grooms and horses, and then there was a dead silence. Eden shivered slightly in my arms and whispered, "Mommy, what happened?" I hissed at him, trying to calm his fears, as danger filled here at the moment. "Don't make any sound. I'll go to check outside. You stay here," I whispered to him. And the second I stepped out of the carriage, a contemptuous laugh came out, causing my brows to frown. What appeared in my sight was the woman who had been locked in the basement before. How had she escaped from the basement? "Cora?" I called her with a tone of uncertainty. Last time I'd heard Flora mention the name Cora and I together, given that I looked exactly like the woman with the slave mark on her face in front of me, I guessed that she was Cora. After I called her that, she didn't deny it. "I told you I'd get out of that hell basement, and I'm coming for you." Cora looked at me ferociously, gritted her teeth, even if her wound's still bleeding. The last time I saw her, her arms and legs had been chained and shackled, and she couldn't have broken free on her own at all. Someone must have helped her escape from the basement. But who in the Blood Moon Pack would dare go against Marcus's orders to free this woman? Besides, she chose this moment to hijack my carriage, so it was obvious that she was after me. Right now, the Blood Moon Pack was in the hunting ground, and whatever she wanted to do, it was the best time to do it. My mood was heavier and heavier. Just because Eden was here too, I just worried about his safety. Maybe we've had some unpleasantness before, but honestly, I don't remember you at all. If you're going to hunt me down, at least let me know what happened between us. Again, I was filled with confusion. Cora smirked. The tattered clothes, the bloody wounds, and ugly face showing the horror sense of her all the time. It seemed that she was ready to die with me, but I didn't want to keep being hunted without knowing anything. She moved closer to me. "You don't need to know anything, because you're going to die now." "No, don't you dare hurt my mother." Suddenly, Eden jumped out of the carriage and ran to me with a determined look. Panic took over my mind at this moment, and I immediately pulled him behind me. Somehow, I always felt like Cora would hurt him, as if this had ever happened before. "Get back in the carriage, Eden." My tone covered with some harshness. But Eden didn't listen to me at all. "No, I'll protect you. No one can hurt you." "Go back," I yelled at him, just because I was so afraid he would get hurt. But he still didn't move a step. Cora's eyes suddenly turned wry when she saw Eden and waved at him. "My baby, come here. Mommy is here." I couldn't help but frown, and Cora kept showing Eden that weird smile. "Come here, my boy. I'll show you the garden." As she said that, she moved closer to Eden, as if trying to pull him away. Eden's eyes filled with fear and disgust. "You're crazy. You're not my mother. Stop pretending to be my mother." It seemed that I was missing something, because now I absolutely had no idea what topic they were talking about. But apparently, Eden's words irritated Cora. Trembling with rage, She looked at me and Eden yelled, "Fucking bitch! Damn kid! You two are going to die here together!" As soon as her voice fell, a blast of black smoke spread from her body and came towards Eden and me, enveloping us both. Within a few moments, the neighborhood had filled with this black smoke. Was this witchcraft? I consciously thought of this. "Eden," I growled, trying to grab his hand at the second that he was pulled away from me by Cora's witchcraft, but it was too late. The black smoke imprisoned my body so I couldn't move. Meanwhile, Eden has been choked by Cora. "No," I shouted. "Don't touch him. What do you want?" "I want you dead." Cora roared as well, the wounds on her face cracking open again and looking so terrifying. "I'll watch you bitch dog die in front of me. Play with me, huh? You gonna pay your bone and flesh as price. Then you can just take me away. Don't touch him. Let him go." I struggled with all my strength. At the moment, a power was being awakened in my body gradually. "This time, I'm not giving you a choice." Her eyes were bloodshot and gripped Eden tighter and tighter, as if she wanted to crush his bones. "Not only will you die, but him too," she continued. "Since he doesn't take me as his mother, and all of you abandoned me first, I won't give you mercy at all." What the hell was she talking about? What did this crazy woman have to do with me? And oddly enough, at this time, there were some scenes have begun to flash in my mind that I had no impression of. Running in the dark forest, being pressed by the fire, that basement. What the hell were these? As if my brain was torn apart with pain and confusion, I was almost about to pass out, but I could feel a power growing inside me. What was it? "Mom," Eden shouted, bringing back my fading thoughts. I look at him and he bites Cora's hand, then ran to me with his fast speed, with panic. But Cora was completely out of control. Driven by rage, she had been a madwoman. "Go to the fucking hell!" She chased after Eden, the black smoke suddenly turning into a sword straight at his back. No, my pupils dilated, fury and fear engulfed me. In that instant, I clenched my fists and the power in my body broke through her bondage to me. Frowning, I rushed at Eden, trying to pull him away. However, immediately, another black smoke locked my feet again, tripping me up hard. The sword, conjured from her witch power, was already closing at Eden's back. "Eden, run!" I yelled with all my strength. "Fucking all of you bitches!" With the shout from crazy Cora, that sword of witchcraft had cut through Eden's back clothes. "No!" I crawled on the ground and yelled. The black smoke drags me backwards while my hands clasp the ground firmly. The dirt sinks into my nails, my eyes almost cracked. At the same time, Eden felt the terrible force behind him and fell hard to the ground, trembling. Cora was stepping towards him with an indifferent expression. I just felt every nerve in my body fill with power and roared, "Stop!" Then, my power broke through every imprisonment Cora had put on me. My power bring a strong wind, which was blowing so hard that all the dust on the ground was swept up into the air, and the branches were shaking so violently that the whole forest looked as if it might fall down at any moment. Cora had to take a few steps back and use her hands to shield herself from the wind and sand. I immediately ran to Eden's side, brought him up to the carriage, and was about to take him away. But Cora's furious voice rang out over the sandstorm. "Bess, don't you dare run away!" I shuddered, realizing I couldn't escape this woman's control. It seemed that one of us had to die here to end it all. "Mom, don't go back. She's crazy. She'll kill you." Eden gripped my hand tightly, sitting in the carriage. I touched his head, having made up my mind. I need to get an answer. To that, "Good boy, don't be afraid. The carriage will take you to the hunting ground, and don't return halfway. No. If you think of me as your mother, you gonna do what I say." I interrupted, my eyes filled with seriousness. Eden, no longer headstrong, nodded and mounted the carriage alone, left. The sound of the horse's hooves faded away and the sandstorm lessened. I turned around. It was Cora who was standing right in front of me. "Your witch power is back, isn't it? You planned all of this. You're ready to take everything from me. This is your revenge on me, isn't it?" she roared. I looked at her calmly, suddenly feeling some pity for her. "Why did you choose to live like this?" She shuddered hard because of my words. "Shut up. You have no right to accuse me of any." I heard people say that the Cooper family has 2 daughters named Cora and Bess. You and me, right? With my calm tone, now that Eden was gone, I had nothing to fear. I wish I didn't have a sister like you. I hate you. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. I could see the anger in her eyes, and maybe that's the only good thing about having no memories, so I didn't need to feel that level of anger as hers. I just stared at her, waiting for her to tell me about the horrible past. Why do you always the winner? Why I'll never get what you have? Cora's emotions were growing out of control. She looked like more desperate and twisted than angry. I couldn't help but frown. You can forget all the pain, but what about me? I've been living in your shadow and no one has told me how to forget. Her body was unsteady from the growl and she stumbled back a few steps. The black smoke she had summoned was also fading away, as if it had been suppressed by my power, but I still didn't know the source of my power. You know what? We've all been fooled by him. He doesn't love any of us. He's just a possessive dictator, Cora said as blood ran from the corner of her mouth. Even if you lose your memories, even if you start a new life now, but you can never escape from the scars of your past, she yelled. What I suffered was all that you had been through. He's just a cruel man. You can never expect to stay with him for long, and when he gets tired of you, he won't hesitate to kick you to the fucking hell. I stared at her, not responding to any of her words. Look at you. What a beautiful face you have now. But 3 months ago, you were just like me, reduced to slavery by him with this damn slave mark. In this moment, my mind flashes again to the scene of me being pressed against the fire, with many people surrounding me, laughing at me. There was also someone extremely similar to Marcus standing right in front of me, but he was just looking at me with extreme indifference eyes, telling me I was a whore. I took a step back, panicked because of the scene that flashed in my mind. What was this? What? You remembered? Cora smiled wryly. You'd better remember everything from the past or... Ah! Cora's words were immediately interrupted, and right now she was being torn on her shoulder by a gray wolf that had jumped from her behind. My pupils dilated and receded one after another. Gradually, Marcus came into view. He was walking towards me from Cora's behind, the gray wolf that was his subordinate. Cora was knocked to the ground, and the gray wolf was biting her brutal. She begged for mercy from the pain, but got no mercy from Marcus. She rolled around in the dirt, her wounds being torn over and over, her messy hair even bitten off. My eyes were tinged with fear as well, and for some reason I was afraid as I saw the figure of Marcus coming towards me. What did she do to you? Walking up to me, he worried me. I'll pay her back tenfold. I couldn't help but frown and immediately shook my head. Nothing. Just, don't kill her. He was a little shocked because of my words, but ordered the gray wolf to stop. Cora finally got a breath. And the moment we all went slack, a brown wolf immediately rushed to Cora's side and took her away, chasing her. Marcus's words were filled with anger, and he immediately gave the gray wolf an order. When the gray wolf ran away, he reached out to touch my face. Did you hurt? At that moment, I subconsciously avoided his hand and his sight. Somehow, I was afraid of him. Bess? Marcus gazed at me with a confusion tone. I was resisting him. With extremely complicated thoughts, I took a step back and turned my head to the side without even looking at him. It's my fault. I should have gone with you and Eden instead of leaving you two behind. He was apologizing sincerely. I could tell it. But I was indeed scared of him now. Scenes of his indifference towards me kept coming to mind, as if he wouldn't change his expression even if I were dead in front of him. These flashbacks kept tormenting me. I tried my best to act calm and asked, "How is Eden?" "He's fine." He kept gazing at me with a concerned look. "What did Cora say to you?" "You look very pale." "Nothing." I lowered my head slightly. "Marcus, is there anything you want to tell me about my past?" I asked him tentatively, feeling uneasy about his answer. But the fact was, I didn't get a direct answer from him. He asked me back, "What do you want to know?" Then I was silent. After a long silence, I just shook my head. Nothing. I didn't know what I was afraid of. In the time I'd spent in the Blood Moon Pack, I had a vague sense that my past may be filled with painful. For me, who had no memory of past, keeping this state was my best choice. But my heart told me that I cared about Marcus. I couldn't ignore my feelings for him. I cared about him, so I wanted to know about my past with him. But I was also afraid the truth was cruel. Are you mad at me? Marcus, still gazing at me, suddenly asked a question. I was startled. You're the one who's mad, aren't you? Following his words, I blurted out all my thoughts. Before, I said I hate you and didn't like you touching me, so you've been cold to me and even wouldn't see me. Why are you saying I'm angry instead? I know you do dislike me. That's why I keep my distance from you. He was righteous too, as if everything was for me. You don't know anything, Marcus. At this moment, I completely ignored his noble status. I never said I didn't like you. So, you like me? He interrupted me immediately. I blushed for a moment and I chose to be silent. Suddenly, Marcus chuckled softly, grabbing my chin and kissing my lips. As long as you don't hate me, I'll never alienate you. It seemed that right now, my look was giving away how much I cared about him, even though I didn't say anything, but he could read my mind. I'll never hurt you. I'll take care of you in Eden, and from now on, there will be nothing but happiness between us. No more regrets or sorrow. He looked at me sincerely, every word like a promise. I could feel that he was serious. Looking into his eyes and feeling his warm hand, it seemed it didn't matter a bit if I couldn't remember the past. He cared about me, so did I. That was enough. At night. The Blood Moon Pack. A maid told me that when Marcus saw Eden drive that carriage to the hunting ground today and asked him for help, he left all the other families behind and came straight to my rescue, thus offending lots of very powerful families, including the Nelson family. Originally, this hunt was also an opportunity to discuss alliances with other families, but Marcus chose me over that opportunity. This meant that the Blood Moon Pack was still alone and could be in danger of being attacked by other packs at any time. While guarding Eden to sleep, all I was thinking about was the safety of the Blood Moon Pack. I didn't leave Eden's room until middle of night. Walking towards the misty forest, I tried to clear my chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, the moonlight projected another figure on the ground and appeared in my line of sight, making me stop. I couldn't help but frown. Alexander? The figure was familiar to me. It's my honor that you haven't forgotten me. The flirtatious words came out as Alexander appeared from behind the ancient tree and stood before me. I've come to take you back to the Meridau Pack. The first time I saw him, I knew he wasn't hurt before, but the day he fought with Marcus, he left me and ran away. I thought for a moment before saying, sorry, I can't go back to the Meridau Pack with you right now, and I want to stay here in the Blood Moon Pack. Thank you coming back for me, I added. Alexander gazed at me with a smile and didn't surprised by my answer. Like I said, I would never force you. If you want to stay here, then stay. But there's something you need to know. His look suddenly became serious. This moment, the misty forest was so quiet with a strange atmosphere, and he lowered his voice. About the Blood Moon Pack, about this Alpha King, Marcus. An uneasy feeling gradually spread through me. My subconscious told me that what he would say was not good. Is it something to do with my past? With a tone of fear and anticipation, I asked. Alexander nodded and led me behind an ancient tree. I can't stay too long. The Blood Moon Pack is attempting to annex the Meridau Pack, and if my whereabouts are discovered, I will undoubtedly die here. I frowned and looked around. I will not tell anyone that you are here tonight. You have my word. Alexander sighed slightly. I don't want you to remember the old days, but since you chose to stay here, you need to protect yourself. Bess, don't get too close to Marcus, or you'll get hurt again. And even worse, you'll be killed by him again. In this instant, it was like a huge shock to my thoughts. My pupils fluttered slightly uncontrollably. Got hurt once again. Killed by Marcus once again. What did he mean? Hearing what Alexander said, my heart seemed to be gripped so tightly, making me hard to breathe. If you can't handle the truth, I won't tell you the details. I want to know more. I interrupted his words with a firm tone. I had lived for over 3 months as someone with no past memories, but during that time I was always feeling so hollow, as if I wasn't a complete person. I hated that feeling. Whether my past was happy or miserable, I had to accept it. Alexander looked at me and tenderly touched my face. You are the most powerful witch in the Cooper family, the noble woman that everyone admires. This face, once, was the most beautiful one. I frowned. Once? What do you mean? Marcus disfigured you, he said, after you married him. He branded your face with the lowest slave mark, locked you in the basement, stripped you of your Luan identity in public, tortured you, finally banished you. You were only a tool for him to maintain the alliance with the Cooper family, Alexander continued, gazing at me. But after he fell in love with your twin sister, Cora, he abandoned you. He never loved you, and the only thing he ever did to you was hurt. Impossible. I took 2 steps backwards, my back hitting the tree. In all the time I'd spent with Marcus, I could tell he cared about me. Maybe he was overbearing, but he's even more gentle. He wouldn't be so cruel to hurt me. I tried to refute Alexander's words, but inside I was extremely uneasy. Your opponents, so you deliberately slandered him with evil words. But I'm friends with you and I like you. He looked at me with a very sincere look in his eyes. I won't hurt you. The only reason I'm telling you the truth is trying to protect you, so you can understand how cruel the man you've chosen is. If you refuse my protection, at least you need to protect yourself. Bess, believe me, Marcus never changed. Bullshit. I subconsciously refute all the bad things he said about Marcus, but I couldn't find a reason to convince myself. Because right now, some images were starting to flash in my mind again. I was struggling in the cold, icy river, huddled in the basement, being whipped, trampled, humiliated by a man with horrible words. Those images in my mind were so clear, so real. My body was shaking and I was a little dizzy. Are you okay? Alexander grabbed my arm to help me stand. Alexander. I grabbed his hand back, feeling a little out of control. Tell me, you didn't lie to me. What you just said are true, are they? Alexander looked at me with a complicated look and finally nodded. It's too cruel for you, but you have to know. My legs were already weak, and unfamiliar scenes had been violently impacting my brain, preventing me from standing, just because the Marcus I knew during these time was completely different from that one in my brain. One gentle, one cold, even cruel. I began to wonder which one was the real him. Should I trust my intuition or what Alexander said? Not only Alexander's words, but Cora's warnings and the scene in my mind. All these seemed to be telling me that what they said was true. There is one more thing. Alexander's words were not stopped. About the Cooper family. Your family has been on the verge of a joint attack by other witch families. But Marcus insists on abandoning your family, just like he abandoned you before. He won't forgive anyone connected with you. You have seen it. Cora is also one of the victims. Enough. I slowly squatted down. It was too difficult for me to accept so many cruel truths for a while. I did see the tragic appearance of Cora and the Cooper family. I knew they really needed the Marcus's support, but why did he refuse? It was really like Alexander said, because he hated me, so he wanted to hurt everyone who was related to me. My breathing became heavy, and my thoughts had reached the extreme of complexity and confusion. There was silence for a long time until new footsteps appeared in the misty forest. I came back to my senses. Alexander whispered to me, "You can come to me anytime if you need me. I will do my best to help you." After such words, he disappeared here. What followed was a subordinate's voice, "Miss Bess, why are you here?" I looked up, and 3 subordinates appeared in my sight. They dragged several large black bags, which seemed enough to contain people, and with a pungent smell of blood. Held the tree trunk and stood up slowly. I tried to calm down. Just take a walk. What is this? The 3 subordinates looked at each other and hesitated. Some unnecessary garbage. Alpha tells us to throw them out the misty forest. Lie. They lied to me, but I didn't debunk them. I just nodded and walked out of the forest alone. Today's night of Blood Moon Pack was different from before, and it was still brightly lit even in the middle of the night. Dragged my tired body, I walked towards my room. However, some gossip of the maid came to my ears. Alpha killed the presbyters of the Nelson family. Is it true? Suddenly, I thought of the big black bag that these subordinates dragged to the misty forest. Was it used to hold corpses? I saw it with my own eyes. Alpha hates the Nelson family. Absolutely, he will kill them. Another maid said, "The Cooper family was also abandoned. I heard that the Cooper family will be attacked by other clans soon, but Alpha is determined. He won't help." Then, what will happen to the Cooper family? Being destroyed, everyone will die. I clenched my fist tightly and couldn't listen anymore, turned and ran, but hit a hard chest. Bess. A pair of warm hands wrapped around my waist. It was Marcus. I looked up at him with sadness and fear in my eyes. He frowned. What happened? Are you crying? Nothing. I broke free of his arms. I'm tired. I wanted to leave directly, but he immediately grabbed my wrist and forced me to look at him. At this moment, his eyes were full of coldness, making me tremble all over. He asked me word by word, "Why do you smell like Merodach's pack?" At this moment, he was questioning me. Ice-cold eyes and words, as if I were his enemy. Why could his mood towards me change so quickly? I frowned at him, trying to figure out what kind of person he really was. "Answer my question, Bess," Marcus continued. Yet a few hours ago he had promised me that there would only be happiness between us. But look at now. I did have the scent of Merodach pack because I met with Alexander. Took a deep breath and I replied calmly, "I don't know what you're talking about. I just went for a walk in the misty forest." Worried that he wouldn't believe me, I added, "I met your subordinates, and they can prove it." When he heard me mention his subordinates, he looked a little flickered and didn't ask any further questions. I knew that he tried to hide the fact that he had his subordinates throw the dead bodies. And it was clear that he was not happy with my words. "Take a rest. I'll be with you later." He stroked my hair and kissed my forehead. "I still have something to deal with." I nodded and watched him go to the study room. After his figure completely disappeared from my sight, I immediately rushed to the misty forest and ran out of the Blood Moon pack. I needed to rush back to the Cooper family. The maid said that Marcus killed a person of the Nelson family, so it's possible that the Cooper family would be the next victim. At least, I needed to break the news to them, so they had a chance to escape. I didn't even know what kind of mood I had when I run away from the Blood Moon pack, and by the time I came to my senses, my face was wet with tears. A dictator, a tyrant, a killer. I was afraid that Marcus indeed was one of those people. Getting closer and closer to the Cooper family, I tried to calm my breathing, and Lady Adalia's figure showing in my sight, my mother standing at the entrance. I subconsciously hid behind a tree and just watched her from a distance. She was like a warrior, standing in the most dangerous place, just to protect the whole family. But she was no longer the age that enough to protect others. Her helpless but brave look touched me deeply. Maybe it was because of the blood bond. I just looked at her and my mind already kept flashing back to my childhood. My mother leading me around the family for playing, teaching me witchcraft. Everyone in the Cooper family was laughing. Although all I had in my mind were fragments, I could really feel the happy emotions. I lost my memory, but I still had my humanity. Took a firmly step forward, and when I was about to call her, but suddenly, the Cooper family exploded. Stopped abruptly, I completely startled. My pupils dilated instantly. Then there were cries coming out, and the firelight was even trying to cover the dark sky. Houses were collapsing one after another. Every inch of land was being tormented by the fires of hell, and people were struggling in the fires, but none of them could get out. They screamed, cried, and begged for mercy, but no one gave them a chance to live. Lady Adalia immediately rushed into the flames. "Mother!" I stood there, shock engulfing my mind, and as I took another step, many black-clad men came from another direction to hear. Their clothes had the symbol of the Blood Moon pack. Oh my God, they were Marcus's subordinates. My eyes were bloodshot, and I couldn't believe all that was happening in front of me. Marcus said he had something to deal with tonight, which means destroying the Cooper family and letting it perish in a fire. Hands clenched, a powerful force seemed going to break through my body now. The only thing I felt was anger. However, in the next instant, my hands were grabbed, a force pulling me right to the other side. In the darkness, I could vaguely see the figure of that person. "Alexander, what are you doing here?" "Get off me! I must go to fight with my mother." My roar, amidst all the explosions and cries, means nothing. Alexander pulled me away from the place without turning his head, and I struggled with all my might, but I was completely unable to resist his strength. "Let me go. My mother, my family is still there. Marcus is going to destroy my family, and I can't let it happen." Whatever I said, he didn't listen, and I bit his hand hardly. Finally, he stopped. By now, I had been taken far enough away by him. Looking back in the direction of the Cooper family, there was nothing but fire and black smoke. Tears burst into my eyes. "If you go back, you'll die too." He frowned at me. "You can't resist Marcus any. It couldn't be easier for him to kill you." Would he kill me without any hesitate? Just as cruel as his behavior to the Cooper family. I'm a useless trash. I can't even protect my family. With my head down, my tears kept falling to the ground. Alexander hugged me. "If you want revenge, I'll help you." I gripped his cloak tightly. It was too hard for me to forget what I had seen tonight. The others told me that Marcus had hurt me brutally before. Although I was afraid of him, I was more willing to forgive him. Because I only care about that Marcus I saw. But tonight, he has brutally destroyed my family. Why? He was forcing me. There could be no more happiness between me and him. "How will you help me?" My voice turned cold, almost gritted my teeth. "Attack the Blood Moon Pack and make sure Marcus knows exactly what it's like to lose everything." Alexander offered calmly. I closed my eyes, unable to control the tremor on my body, and finally made up my mind. You're right. He gonna pay for everything he has done tonight? The next day, a rainy day. Sitting by the window of Marcus's room, I look around the Blood Moon Pack. The plants, trees, and houses here would not remain their original appearance after today. Cold filled my eyes, and right now I was covering a heart desperately wanting revenge with a calm appearance. 10 hours ago. When I returned to the Blood Moon Pack from the Cooper family and lay on the bed, my body was shaking violently. I loathed this place. This was my enemy's house. But for revenge, I had to come back and lie in his bed. With my eyes closed, I pretend to be asleep, but my thoughts couldn't be clearer. Every second, I was planning how I was going to make Marcus pay. It wasn't long before he returned to the room and gently laid down next to me. "Bess," he whispered my name, gently touching my hair and face. But right now, his every movement made me feel sick. The whole night, I did not fall asleep for a second. How could I sleep when I was lying next to such a cruel man? I just feel sick. Now, all the things I was looking forward to, just a sign. A signal for Alexander to attack the Blood Moon Pack. Before that, I had hidden a sharp dagger in my clothes. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and at the moment of the thunderstorm, I heard the commotion of the Blood Moon Pack. A maid rushed in and said to me urgently, "Miss Bess, Alpha has asked me to escort you to him. Please follow me out of here." I looked at her calmly, pretend to know nothing. What has happened? The maid was panicking. "Meridaw Pack suddenly attacked us and now it's chaos in here. To ensure your safety, Alpha needs you be with him." "Where is Eden?" I was still sitting by the window, no panic in my eyes. The maid answered respectfully, "Alpha has sent someone to take the little king to a safe place. Please leave with me quickly, Miss Bess." I take one last look around Marcus's room. The curtains were blown by the wind, and the rain drifted into the room, as if it was going to change everything here. Good. That's what I want. Standing up slowly, I was expressionless. "I'll follow you." The growl of wolves, the sound of twigs snapping and swords clashing. All of this was getting clearer to my ears. The maid beside me was crying from panic and fear. Perhaps last night, the entire Cooper family was in the same mood. But no one cared. There were wolves rushing out of the misty forest all the time, and I guess they were summoned in an emergency to resist Alexander's attack. After a while, finally, I was standing next to Marcus. Opposite him were Alexander, the Meridaw Pack, and several other wolf packs. Even that witch family was here, the Nelson family. This time, Marcus was in a desperate situation. He had lost all of his allies, and the Blood Moon Pack couldn't withstand the attacks of multiple families and packs. But all this was caused by him. He should blame himself. And just as I thought that, he checked on me first, and with a concerned tone, "Thank God you're okay. Stay by my side, and no one can hurt you." I nodded indifferently and turned my attention to Alexander's side, who was looking at me as well. "Marcus, you have acted arbitrarily for many years. The existence of the Blood Moon Pack is a threat to all families and packs. It's time to turn in your badge." Alexander's tone meant sanctions, and the other families chimed in. The badge he mentioned was the one that every alpha had, a symbol of power and status. All of subordinate would follow the holder of the badge. Marcus smirked. Your ambitions will never be satisfied with me. He waved a hand at all of his subordinates, and all the wolves rushed across immediately. Meanwhile, the Meriadocs pack had summoned wolves, and with the power of the witch, this place became a smoke-filled battlefield. The wounds, the blood, the fight, filled my eyes again and again. The Blood Moon pack had far exceeded my and Alexander's predictions, as they had held out for 3 hours under attack from multiple families and packs. During these 3 hours, Marcus kept holding my hand, not letting go of Muhand for even a second, even though he was still directing the battle. I looked down at my hand in his grasp. My other hand had already taken out the dagger from my clothes. Marcus, I called to him softly. And the moment he turned his head and our eyes met, I plunged the sharp dagger into his heart. Hard. There was no mercy. Ah, Alpha King! The surrounding maids shouted immediately upon seeing this scene, and in just a moment, all of his subordinates lost their psychological support. Blood flowed down from Marcus's chest and fell to the ground. He frowned at me, but I remained expressionless. Why? His grip on my hand became tighter. You're just lying to me? Just pretending like me? You want me die? His eyes seemed to bleed as he tried to stand firmly, gazing at me with confusion, shock, and disappointment. Bess, come here. Alexander stood far away, calling my name. I heard his voice, but at the moment, I couldn't move my feet at all. Not only because Marcus was still holding my hand, but even because I didn't want to. I hated him for destroying the Cooper family, my family. I wanted to get back at him. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to take everything away from him. But why couldn't I just leave him without looking back? The battle continued, but it was only a matter of time before the Blood Moon pack was defeated. I gazed at Marcus, my voice trembling. You destroyed the Cooper family. You killed all my families. Don't say you didn't do it. I saw it with my own eyes. His brow furrowed even more at my words, the pungent smell of blood spreading between us. I could feel his grip on my hand gradually losing strength. No, Bess, I told you I would only protect you. I wouldn't hurt everyone you cared about. I didn't. Don't lie to me. I pushed him away and took a few steps back. Because of losing strength, Marcus fell to the ground when I yelled at him, no matter what you say can't save my mother's life. I hate you. At this instant, many footsteps came towards the Blood Moon pack, like hundreds of people had come totter. Everyone went to see who was coming, except me. I just kept my eyes on Marcus. And I only turned my eyes away when Alexander said, "This is impossible," in an incredulous tone. For a second, I was shocked, so much, because it was my mother who showed in my sight. Lady Adalia was here with the entire Cooper family. But how was it possible that all of the Cooper family was still alive? Lady Adalia's figure was getting closer and closer to me. My pupils dilate subconsciously. My mother, alive. She was alive. But how? In this moment, I was more shocked than grateful. I had seen the Cooper family explode with my own eyes, all of them engulfed in flames, and it was done by Marcus's subordinates. But now she was here. Lady Adalia also saw me behind the crowd, and her eyes immediately moved to Marcus, who was on the ground, then raged. Catch Alexander Pierce! No one can hurt Alpha Marcus. The next moment, everyone in the Cooper family joined this fight, but they were protecting the Blood Moon pack. The various voices stirred my thoughts even more, and bad thoughts gradually emerged in my heart. At this moment, I felt panic, as if I had picked the wrong camp, as if I had done something wrong, badly. Kill Adalia, Alexander roared as the battle became chaotic. Kill that old woman. Alexander's emotions were out of control, and he suddenly became frantic and turned into a brown wolf to bite my mother. What's going on here? Why did he attack my mother? This chaotic scene wasn't the worst of it, and images of the past began to flash in my mind again. There's Marcus, Cora, and Eden. I was being tortured by a woman in the basement, committing suicide in the misty forest. So many scenes were flying through my mind that it was giving me a deadly headache. I pounded my head, trying to exorcise all the scenes, but everything became clearer and clearer, and the power inside me grew endlessly, like it was trying to tear my flesh apart. Because of the unbearable internal pain, I had to take a few steps back, but I was immediately caught by Alexander. No. Lady Adalia immediately rushed over, with the Cooper family standing behind her. along with some subordinates of the Blood Moon Pack. And all of Adalia's subordinates had been defeated by the Cooper family's witch power. Right now, he was the only one left, so he grabbed me. He turned into a brown wolf and roared me. "Let her go," Lady Adalia said majestically. "You've got nowhere to go." The howling of the brown wolf continued. His paws scratched my shoulder, leaving many deep wounds, bleeding all the while. With a wild roar, his sharp teeth were about to bite my head. "Bess!" Lady Adalia shouted, and I shut my eyes tightly. The next instant, there was another ferocious wolf howl. It was a black wolf that jumped right at the brown wolf and tore into him. I was able to escape, and Lady Adalia immediately ran to my side, but I tried to run to the black wolf's side. That black wolf was Marcus. He's wounded, and he's still fighting for me. Tears came to my eyes suddenly. The Cooper family began to use witchcraft once more, forcing the brown wolf to change back to his human form and curl up on the ground, unable to move. And now, the black wolf also changed back to its human form, unable to stand, and fell backwards heavily. "Marcus," I ran towards him. He was lying on the ground, covered in blood, every wound as shocking as if it couldn't heal. I didn't even dare touch him. I was just screaming and crying. "I got you. I got you. Hold on. I'll find a way to save you." But he showed me a smile and shook his head. "You're not allowed to die," I roared out. "I did it wrong. That's all my fault. Please hold on. I beg you. Somebody please help me." Marcus shuddered and tried to hold my hand, but he didn't have any strength now. Noticing his lips moving slightly, "Bess?" I sobbed and immediately got close to him. "I'm here. I'm here." He whispered in my ear, in the weakest voices, "I love you, but please forget me. You deserve better." It was like my world came crashing down at that moment. No, I didn't want to be abandoned by him in this way. He couldn't die. I would rather he hate me when he recovered than he talked to me in such a tone as if he saw death. "No, I only love you. You're my man." Tears blurred my vision as I knelt beside him and cried out, "Look, I betrayed you, and I'm waiting for you to punish me. Please hold on." He just stared at me with a calm smile, and I could even feel his gaze drifting away. "Marcus, Marcus," I kept calling his name, trying to keep him awake. However, the blood on his body seemed to drain. Lady Adalia came up to me and touched my shoulder. "Just let him go. There is nothing we can do." I immediately grabbed her dress and begged her, "Please, please, help him. He can't die. He's the Alpha, the most powerful man. There has to be a way to save him, right?" But Lady Adalia just shook her head and sighed deeply. I cried hoarse, and despair began to swallow me. Eventually, Marcus touched my hand and comforted me in the faintest voices. "Bess, don't cry." From that moment on, he closed his eyes. His breath disappeared. "No, no, no, no." I trembled violently and shook his body, but got no response. "Marcus, get up, Marcus." Suddenly, I spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Lady Adalia immediately ran to my side. "Bess, are you okay?" It was clear to me that the blood in my body was being reborn in another way, and the fragments that had flashed in my mind became complete. I remember the scene where I married Marcus, all the happy times with him, both of us being deceived by Cora, and him jumping in the river after I jumped in, just to save me. Whether it was happy or tragic, all the memories were restored at the moment I vomited blood. Marcus was my mate, the only love of my life. He once hurt me because he was deceived by Cora, but he loved me. I opened my eyes and stared at the gray sky, tears falling from the corners of my eyes. It was too late. Now he's dead. The only thing I could feel was despair. My heart, at the moment he stopped breathing, died as well. 10 days later, the Blood Moon Pack had finally returned to its usual calm, but inevitably lost a lot of guards. The Cooper family had been guarding here in case the other packs attacked again, but after the last incident, each pack had become much more peaceful. Now I was standing in the Blood Moon Pack's conference hall, and I've just made an alliance pact with another pack. Both the Cooper family and the Blood Moon Pack need more allies nowadays. I had to take on the responsibility of finding allies after I lost Marcus. After the allied families left, I looked at the empty conference hall alone. My eyes became hollow and still with an expressionless face. "Stop blaming yourself, Bess." Lady Adalia's voice came from behind me. "You've done all you can do." My pupils quivered, but the truth is, all of this is my fault. I even didn't know how to make up for all of this. The members of the Blood Moon Pack forgave me, because in the end it was my family who rescued them. However, I couldn't forgive myself. I have something to tell you, Lady Adalia patted my shoulder, about the Cooper family and the Blood Moon Pack. I turned to face her, forcing myself to show a bitter smile. I hadn't get chance to ask her why the Cooper family survived the fire. Lady Adalia said in a slightly regretful tone, "Actually, it was a plan that Alpha Marcus and I had in order to draw out the person who coveted the Blood Moon Pack and the Cooper family." My hands clenched. It wouldn't give me too much shock, whatever hidden truth I was hearing right now. After all, I'd already been through the hardest thing. Lady Adalia sighed. 3 months ago, after you disappeared, Marcus came to me and knew that everything was Cora's conspiracy. He deeply regretted and blamed everything that had happened on himself. Also ended his alliance with us because of the Cooper family's abandonment of you, which was the initial situation. I gazed at her, hearing every word she said clearly. Later, when you came with Alexander Pierce to the Blood Moon Pack, Marcus was grateful you were still alive. The day after he met you again, he came to the Cooper family again and offered to falsely break the alliance, but in reality we were still protecting each other. Marcus knew the crisis is coming from the first day Alexander came to the Blood Moon Pack. Right? I asked, having lost the glow in my eyes. Lady Adalia nodded and continued. As long as you're alive, Marcus can forgive everyone, except himself. He had mentioned that he would help you retrieve your past memories. Originally, he wanted you to forget the past and start your life over again, with only happy memories. But then he saw that you cared about your past memories so much, so he often came to the Cooper family, trying to find a way to help you recover your memories by using witchcraft. Clasping my hands tightly, what she said, I had never knew before. The night the Cooper family was devoured by fire was also our plan. She frowned at me. We got word that the invaders would attack our family that night, then blame this on the Blood Moon Pack. So Marcus took the initiative and broke the invaders' plans. But what we didn't expect was that you were there that night. I wasn't the only one who showed up at the Cooper family that night, but Alexander as well. It turned out that his appearance that night wasn't a coincidence at all, but was going to destroy the Cooper family, my family. My body shook slightly, with an extremely pale face. Lady Adalia took my hand and said sincerely, "After participating in Marcus's plan, I realized that nothing is more important than family. Previously, I put the Cooper family's status and power to the first place, but I was proven wrong. Because of my ambition, you and Cora have endured a lot of hardships, and there was a rift between you two that shouldn't be there. Let bygones be bygones." My eyes were a little hollow, and right now, I didn't want to be entangled in all the hatred. That kind of hatred and revenge made me lose Marcus, and I won't make the same mistake again. I walked towards the outside with extremely calm voice. "Mother, I need to see someone." It was time to meet him. Alexander Pierce. Darkness, dampness, the smell of blood, as well as shackles, that were everything in this prison cell. 10 days ago, Alexander was captured and has been locked up here. Right now, I was standing in front of the cell door, gazing at him with extremely cold eyes. His clothes had been torn from the whipping, and bruises covered his body and face. Alexander sat in the corner, half hidden by the darkness. When he heard my footsteps, he looked up slowly and turned his sight to me. "Time for me to die, eh?" His tone was still flirtatious, as if he'd given up on everything. I didn't want to entangle with him more and just asked what I wanted to know. "Tell me your reasons for attempting to destroy the Cooper family and for attacking the Blood Moon Pack." He didn't seem to expect me to speak to him in such an indifferent tone. He chuckled lightly. "Reasons? Just because I'm desperate for power. I happened to see you once in the Cooper family many years ago when I was still Marcus' subordinate, and I liked you then. I really did. But you chose Marcus because he was the Alpha King, and at the time, I was nothing. After you married him, I confided my feelings for you to my companions when I was drunk, but they laughed at me, belittled me, and even humiliated me. Because I'm just a subordinate, I have no right to like you. So I want power. This is the only way to get everything I wanted. But when I started to cultivate my own pack, Marcus found out. He banished me for rebellion, and no one knows how hard it was for me after I was banished. His words were filled with anger. Without the protection of the pack, I teeter on the brink of death every day. Anyone can bully me. It's as easy as killing an ant. But I didn't give in. After moving through various families and packs, whether pleasing women or lying, I finally gathered my subordinates and established the Maradox pack, which is strong enough to compete with the Blood Moon pack. You'll never know how much time and dignity I had pay. I swear, I will not only get you back, but also destroy Marcus. My emotions didn't ripple at all from his words. I just thought he was a twisted man. If he liked me, then he wouldn't have taken me as a hostage, threatening Marcus or attacked my family that day. Perhaps the long years of jealousy and hatred had corrupted his emotions, and he didn't know what love was at all. I looked at him indifferently, suddenly feeling pathetic for him, but I wouldn't give him any mercy. I don't care at all about what you suffered. I looked at him condescendingly. All I know is that you used me, hurt Marcus, and even almost destroyed the Blood Moons and my family. I gripped the iron fence. I was grateful to you for saving my life, but this is just the beginning of your plot. You're using me as a weapon against Marcus. Do not think you're a victim. You're just a cruel and inhuman murderer. Alexander's brow furrowed at my words. I tossed a dagger into the cell and stared at him. Kill yourself. It's the only thing I can help you. No. He moved towards the iron fence, dragging his heavy body. Bess, you can't do this to me. Of course I can. I immediately contradicted him. You twisted freak. I lost him just because of you. No matter how much I punish you, you can't get him back. He kept shaking his head as if asking me for mercy. But I had made up my mind. Stepping back, I hid myself in the darkness and the cold words came out. Kill yourself or suffer the endless torture here until you rot. With that, I turned away. Alexander's roar sounded behind me. No, you need me. I've got something else to tell you. Bess, come back. Bess, you'll regret it. Bang. The cell's iron door was slammed shut, blocking all sound. 6 months later. Sitting in the study room, I rubbed my forehead. There had been so many other packs things to deal with lately that I had stayed in the study room almost every night. In the Marcus's study room. In the past 6 months, I went back and forth to various werewolf packs and witch family, trying to find a way to awaken Marcus. But everyone told me that he was physically healed and still hasn't woken up because there was silver powder in his wounds after fighting with Alexander. Silver powder to Marcus was fatal. That would always inhibit his consciousness and prevent him from waking up. But still, I waited. It had been impossible to heal him without breath, but I did. Now I had no reason to give up. I would wait for him, no matter how long it takes me. However, I'd been having nightmares lately. Alexander's warnings had been recurring in my dreams. He said I would regret it. Also, a subordinate recently reported that there were strange footprints around the Blood Moon pack, so I must take precautions to protect the Blood Moon pack. Not long after, a door knock sounded, and a maid stood outside. Miss Bess, since you've already seen Alpha today, it's time for you to eat. I suddenly froze. I haven't been to Marcus's room yet. The maid was also confused. But I clearly saw you go in just now. God, no. An extremely bad thought quickly spread through my mind. I rushed to Marcus's room right now. It's Cora. She must be back. No one knew where she's been since she disappeared a few months ago. She must be making some terrible plan to retaliate against me. And that's exactly what Alexander warned me about. I kept praying that nothing would happen to Marcus. But when I burst into his room, it was empty, with only the curtains blowing in the air by the wind. No. Cora's witch scent still lingered, and I followed it to the misty forest. With the wind blowing so hard in my ears, I couldn't imagine what Cora would do to Marcus. Moving as fast as I could through the entire forest, finally, at the exit, I saw her. Cora, I shouted, rushing to her. She turned around with an odd smile and didn't seem to have any intention of running away. The slave mark on her face was gone, but her body reeked of a demonic stench. She must have used the oldest black sorcery to remove the mark, but it would cost her life. I was filled with nervousness and panic when I noticed Marcus was lying on the ground. Give him to me. Don't hurt him. We can talk. but she suddenly laughed maniacally. Bess, I got your weakness. Ha 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 ha. I can finally beat you. I frowned at her and took a cautious step forward. Cora kept laughing weirdly, with a sword in her hand, unable to stand firm. Actually, I've been thinking a lot about how exactly to get Marcus. Cora crouched down beside Marcus, gazing at him oddly. Maybe if I die with him, he'll truly be mine. In that moment, I finally realized that she'd gone crazy. She wanted to take Marcus to hell with her. Screw her. She laughed and had cut her wrist, blood dripping on the ground, but black. She shouted, Bess, you gonna watch us die? After that, she raised sword to stab Marcus directly in the heart. No! I immediately rushed up, pushed her away, and hugged Marcus on the floor. However, Cora stood up the next second, roaring, Go to hell! I turned and looked up at her, and there was her hideous face and sharp sword in my sight, stabbing me right in my eye. At this moment, Eden's voice came from the other side of the forest. Get out! You crazy woman! Accompanied by a powerful force that controlled all of Cora's movements and threw her straight away from 10 meters. It was the power inside Eden. After the last riot, the werewolf and sorcery in Eden seemed to have been awakened. After all, he was the child of the most powerful alpha and the most powerful witch. Cora couldn't get up from the pain, and I saw Eden rushed at her with rage. I yelled, Eden, don't kill her. He stopped immediately when heard my voice. Yet, Cora, with a look of desperation, cut her neck without any hesitation. She killed herself. I was trembling with shock, and Eden was also in shock. The birds in the misty forest flew out, making a noise. At the moment, no one noticed that Marcus's fingers moved slightly. Day after day, 2 years later, Marcus still hadn't awakened. During these 2 years, Lady Adelia had cultivated Eden to be powerful, even more than Marcus and me. Eden learned a lot of healing sorcery just for awakening Marcus, but it seemed that all methods didn't work until now. My family told me that all we could count on was luck. Maybe this was my punishment for betraying him and the Blood Moon Pack. I was beginning to accept the cruel fact and trying to get used to being without him. But every day was like suffering in hell. This day, as usual, I took fresh plants to look after Marcus. Standing by the door, I took a deep breath, expecting that maybe today he would wake up. However, when I entered the room, it was empty. He was not here. Panic and fear swallowed me at once. Someone took him away. That was my first thought. With endless bad guesses, I turned around and was about to rush out. But the moment I turned back, a tall and well-built figure appeared in front of me, wearing a black cloak, silver boots, and his turquoise eyes caught all my attention. My pupils suddenly dilated, and the potted plant in my hand fell to the ground, making a sound. I was startled, my body trembling slightly. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Marcus? I shuddered and tentatively called his name, my eyes filled with incredulity, even wondering if the person in front of me was my illusion. He stepped closer to me with a warm smile, only me in his eyes. I was stunned, even couldn't take a step forward, my eyes moving with his movements until he stood in front of me, touching my wind-blown blonde hair. My body was shaking violently while he tenderly touched my face, gazing down at me. Long time no see, Bess. Tears burst from my eyes at that moment, and I hugged him tightly, feeling his temperature. I wasn't dreaming. It's all true. He's awake. The shock of happiness lingers in my mind. I just cried like a child. When his soft laughter spreads in my ears and I close my eyes, hugging him with all my strength, just like I got my world back. With a smile and a cherished tone, I said, Welcome home, my Alpha King.